Trustee Dati will join us as soon as she fixes her almond butter explosion problem.
Thank you.
Yeah. Ava, do you want to introduce yourself and?
Okay, my name is Ava Gunter. I'm here as a member of the Parks and Recreation Committee, where we have been discussing the benefits of dog waste composting. I often say dog poop composting, so hopefully nobody will take offense at me using the word poop in the setting if I accidentally say it.
People have said worse.
Excellent. I live here in town on Third Avenue. All right. So what I wanted to walk you through it, and this is basically the PDF that I shared ahead of it. I just made 2 minor tweaks, which you will see, but it has not substantially changed this. To first just talk about what dog waste and the plastic dog waste bags we currently use do to the town, benefits of composting dog waste, and then talk about a successful model that is used here on the Front Range and other communities. What a pilot could look like here in Lyons, and then how the pilot could be rolled out, and then time for Q&A. And we've been discussing that in the Parks and Rec Committee, and everybody was on board with it and moving forward, including with Trustee Lowell, and gives us this thumbs up. That is excellent. And we've also had lots of conversation with Dave Coswell, who has also provided some data for that. And we've just make sure that we are on the same sheet of music, as they say. Next slide. So this is just a summary of what dog waste and dog waste bags, what they do to the environment. As part of the annex, as some of you, if you have had time, if you have not yet had time yet, but I encourage you to do so. At the end, after the last slide, there's a list of reference materials, including actually, as a dog owner, right, an illuminating report on the impact on the environment by dogs. And so this is just one of them. And so dogs produce between 88 to 436 pounds of feces a year. And there's a chart in there where you can see, depending on what the size of your dog is, what that is. Of course, you will all say, yeah, but my dog doesn't poop every day, all day in the dog park. So in our calculations, we took that, of course, into consideration. But the annual estimate for only the Lyons Dog Park, so not elsewhere in town, so the poop collected there, we're estimating is around 5,000 pounds or 2.5 metric tons. Just let that sink in for just a moment. And when dog poop goes to the landfill, and you'll see, especially if it goes to the landfill in the plastic bag, it is not broken down aerobically. I'm not a chemist, so please then don't go into detail about how does this compost or doesn't compost. But it produces methane if it is just transported to a landfill, and it does not turn into nutrients, as we will talk about when we talk about dog poop composting, but turns into something called garbage juice that needs to be treated because it is not good for the environment, in addition to the methane gas, like the greenhouse gas producing elements. The plastic bags in landfills, as we all hear about plastic bags and how bad they are for the environment, of course, they don't compost. They remain in landfill. There's estimates of 500 to 1,000 years. Not sure if anybody has tracked them for 1,000 years, but for sure for a very long time. They produce methane in landfills. They leach microplastics into the soil, and they mummify the dog poop in the plastic bags. And so the plastic, the poop stays in there with all the pathogens, and it just ferments in there. And eventually, if it were to open, right, that would still have all the pathogens that would still have to be treated. It doesn't kill the pathogens that are in the dog poop. And the annual bag estimate for only the Lyons Dog Park is 30,000 bags. And of course, then the plastic bags in their production have their own negative environmental impact. Then dog feces composting, there is evidence, and you'll also can read some articles about that in the annex as you have time. So if it is composted in high heat, it turns into nutrient-rich soil that can be used to promote plant growth. Generally, also an emphasis, if you are now like, oh, I compost at home, I can do that at home. Your home compost does not generate enough heat to break it down to that extent. There's a lot of research on that. So you'd have to do a lot of very special high-cost item things to be able to do that in your back yard. And so by composting it, it allows the soil to act as a carbon sink rather than a source of the methane and greenhouse gas emissions. And of course, not transporting dog poop to a landfill reduces the municipal solid waste, which of course is also then a cost reduction because those 5,000 pounds have to make it to that landfill in some way, shape, or form. Compostable dog waste bags, and there's an interesting article also in the annex that explains to you the difference between compostable, biodegradable, and plastic bags. And so these are compostable bags that per these regulations here, ASTM, and then the EIN is the European counterpart to it. Depending on what bags you have, I did actually bring those bags. If you do want to touch them, I will pull those out later. They are
Empty?
yes. Thanks for checking. And so those decompose within no more than 90 days versus you may remember the 500 to 1,000 years for the plastic bags. And they do not leach microplastic because they're generally made from renewable plant-based materials. You may have those bags for your own dogs or other things, or your compost bin at home are like cornstarch. And they often, especially if you use them in your compost bin for your stuff at home, you'll see that they disintegrate as you're lining your compost bin. Then 4 days later, you're like, why do you already have holes? You don't see that with dog poop because inshallah, you don't carry it around for days. So you would see that. And so the production of the bags, of course, also produces fewer greenhouse gases just because they are not made of petroleum like plastic bags are. So we are lucky. Next slide, please. The Front Range actually has a successful model. I have had a mild obsession with animal feces composting for a while, which I will spare you the details. But if you see me, at main stage, you can ask me about it. And so I saw this at the Boulder Valley Ranch. They're part of this program. And so that's when I looked into it and I was like, in this area, there's so many communities that are already using it successfully. So there isn't us experimenting with anything. No, we have the evidence of since 2012. This has been used in Boulder County open space and mountain parks at 20 trailheads, City of Louisville, City of Lafayette, Town of Erie, Town of Superior. And in the annex, there's links to all of them so you can read up what they're doing. But many of them are very similar to our setting, apart from that our dog park is probably prettier and bigger. But they're all using a service provider and using a composting site in Longmont. We'll get to that in just a second. So the setup is very simple. You'll see that picture is actually from BVR Boulder Valley Ranch Trailhead. Right there is this container. And then next to it is the bath dispenser. And then the container has labels on it that says, only use compostable dog packs and only put dog poop in this container. And then it is transported to that site to be composted. And then the output, you can see there is that soil. That is that lovely picture down below. On the next slide, please. These are the key partners. There's a global network that focuses on pet waste. And that is not just about composting. They have other aspects in there. It's a fascinating site. One learns a lot from it, even if one thinks one knows everything. They have an arm here in Colorado that is called EnviroWag, and they compost dog waste here and turns it into safe, nutrient-rich soil. They also continuously do research to do other things with it because currently people don't feel safe putting it on fields where food grows, right? So using it on plants and trees. And then Pet Scoop is a Denver-based small business, and they have been doing this in 2012. Overall, they're actually a business that comes to your property to pick up dog poop. In this case, they don't come to pick up the dog poop. They come and haul the container with the dog poop and then take it to the site in Longmont, where then they have this high temperature machinery via which they compost the dog poop. And so this is what this could look like here in Lyons. We could pilot this for 6 months. This is just a randomly chosen date range, April to September, ideally, that has like a low use and high use time period in it to just see what the volume is. Since so much, we did some serious calculations for guesstimating the weight, since there isn't really national data available other than how much does the dog poop in a year. And so through the pilot, we would also get much more reliable data from as in how much pet waste there is and hopefully also other data. We would just focus it on the dog park because that is easily controllable. And then after the pilot, one could see if one could do that elsewhere, since contamination is an issue. But there's ways with signage and education how one can address that. So once a week, then our friends from Pet Scoop would come and empty the container that we have set up there. They provide the container free of charge. And we just have to provide these compostable dog poop bags because that is a requirement. They can't accept anything, any dog poop that is in a plastic bag or a biodegradable bag. It has to be a compostable dog bag. And also because some folks know there is a new Colorado law, or a fairly new Colorado law, that has some requirements what constitutes compostable. And whatever their requirement is exactly that. All right, so the setup would then be two 25-gallon dog waste trash cans that basically look like trash cans that you all know that are green, that are clearly labeled. They provide that free of charge. And then we stock those compostable dog bags, and we sign a no commitment service agreement that can be canceled with 30 days notice. A big important piece to all of this is a communication and education strategy campaign to just let folks know what this is all about, right? To clearly label the cans, to have signs up, to do an article on the website since I always misname it Redstone Review. I like to call it Red Rock something. And so Redstone Review and also our colleagues over on the Sustainable Futures Commission, they're planning an Earth Day week, and we could do educational activities there. There's also all kinds of opportunities for engaging with the Student Advisory Committee, both for education campaign, but also for data collection, because as part of the pilot, we would want to collect data, not just on the volume of dog waste that the Pet Scoop would provide, but also as in how many folks actually use the dog park, how many are from Lyons and the surrounding areas. I just know anecdotally, there's a lot of people from non-Lyons. And Pet Scoop was saying that the trouble is less the local people with complying with the requirements, but the non-locals who may get less of the communication education strategy content that they become compliant. And that would also give us impact data to then say that's the time we have saved for town staff or not, and the amount of pet waste that no longer goes to the landfill. And then we could do check-ins at the monthly PRC meetings to just make sure all is in order. And then once the 6-month period is over, we do a summary, data, lessons learned, and discuss if we could roll this out, generally speaking, forever for the town of Lyons. And then taking a look at the cost, if we can go to the next slide, actually, and then I can come back here, because I just added this since I needed this myself. So these are the current costs, like the current is the plastic bags, then because currently, right, we have these blue, now since I brought them, I will actually pull them out so that you can see how prepared we are for this conversation. So these are the current bags. And then these two, the green bags, are compliant. So these green ones are actually all of the dog parks around here. This is the one company the one bag I found that all the companies sell. This is the one I actually use myself. It's also compliant with it. So currently the blue bags for the 6-month period would cost $650. Of course, currently town staff has to then go and transport the dog waste from the dog park to however we collect municipal waste. And then from there, it is hauled to the landfill. And Dave broke it down. And so this is like the low estimate. Half the cost for the year is $575, which is currently set about $1875 for the 6-month period. And then for the pilot, right, the compostable dog bags are a little more expensive. There is, of course, the town is not involved in moving the waste away. That is Pet Scoop picks that up. And then the Pet Scoop charges $2,000. That's, if you can go a slide back, I broke it down what the cost is. So Pet Scoop charges $25 per 25-gallon can. The cans are provided for free. And then right now, since they do not have business in this area, they will charge a $30 transportation fee. They were negotiated down, or because I was persistent, they went down to $30. It used to be $50. And they say if they build up business around here, and since they will also be more visible and people know about their service, they would waive that fee in the future if they have other business up here. If not, the sole reason is no longer coming here for the dog park. Then those are the bags that are around a cent each. And so that's the more detailed breakdown. And so during that 6-month period, we would expect to collect between 2,500 and 3,000 pounds of dog poop. So that is the reduction in solid waste. It would, of course, reduce the environmental impact. And then we also think through these the campaign, one can also highlight other issues with dog poop, with people not picking it up. I'm also a runner on our trails. There is so much dog poop that does not get picked up. So we hope that could also contribute to it. And then also a recommendation actually from EnviroWag is also to look into if one can recommend to people, this could be part of the communication campaign, that they flush dog poop not in bags, dog poop down your toilet at home, that some sewers can handle and some not. And so Dave and his team are looking into, because some sewer system cannot handle the pathogens that are in dog feces. And so they're looking into that. So that could also be part of that education campaign, which could further reduce the amount of dog feces that goes to a landfill through household trash or public trash cans. All right. And so then if we move to the next one is just a summary of,
That was it.
no, this is the if the annual cost, if the town were to adopt it, the cost would be $630 more expensive than what you're currently paying. And once Pet Scoop waives the cost, the transportation cost, it would be only $2,000 more expensive than what the town is currently paying for this. And that is it. And so then the slides after that, since you do have the PDF, have like information about the other programs. And then if you go to the next one, and then has like some background reading about the benefits in particular for those of you who are more into the scientific aspects of it, that there is scientific evidence for the benefits of that. And also, of course, of the environmental impact of dog poop and plastic to the environment.
Well, thank you for that extremely thorough and well thought out presentation. And all of the work and research that must have gone into it. I'm pleased.
So just so I'm clear on the numbers, the cost of the pilot was on 3,160, 3,160.
The difference, it's up there now.
Yes, but it is the difference is $2,000, right? So the $1,875 you would have spent anyway.
Right.
So ultimately the pilot is $2,000.
Right. Okay.
So, I have a question.
Yep.
So. Does the, who's the company who picks up the, it's EnviroWeb? Would they go through the bins to make sure they're not contaminated with trash and whatnot?
Good question. I've actually asked them the same. And so they said, they check. And so if there are some stray bags in there that are not compliant, or if there's trash in there, they would pull it out. If it is a significant issue, they would flag it to us so that we could then follow up with, possibly more information. Or I actually think it at the dog park itself, it'll be good to have people there from the Parks and Rec Committee, or if we can collaborate with the Student Advisory Committee to just talk more to people And tell them, I mean, I've already started telling people and gotten them excited, just in case this gets approved. That people find this exciting, but it's important. I think this education campaign is important. And I do think the container will be so clearly labeled, one would hope, unless people are so in their zone when they get rid of dog poop, that they don't see it. That other people have told me that they use the metal containers on the side, like these brown containers we also have throughout town. So it would be important to label them as well, to make sure that people then are also not throwing the dog poop in there. Or if they have by accident put it in a plastic bag, that they put it over in that container. So that'll be important for the town staff that is emptying let's call it trash, that they're keeping an eye on if there is a lot of dog poop in there, so that one can do additional messaging to come in line with this part.
Did you have a question, Trustee Nelson?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. First, I want to say thank you for this very thorough presentation. And I really love that you have a communication and education strategy, especially the timing around Earth Week. I think that's really key. I'm curious if we have any idea as a town as to how many dogs are in lines. I know that not everybody registers their dogs. But do we know how many dogs are registered?
I know how many are registered for 2025. So I'm gonna back that up. Our veterinarian will tell you they have about 3,000 dogs. So that's probably the area, right? Of those 3,000 dogs, of course, they're not all using the dog park. But we only have 90 registered dogs, and that is the highest we've ever been in over 15. I mean, since it started. So we only have 90. So I was thinking when we were listening to this, one of the ways to offset this cost is this is mandatory in the dog park. And this is what your $40 is going towards, is buying the bags and helping with this service. And for me, it includes out of town too. I don't think out of towners should be using the dog park if they can't show their dogs have rabies. And they're using their amenities.
But how do we,
We can't really police.
we can't
It
really.
means, it just means a big push in March and April, right before we do dog days. That everybody coming in, you educate, you give them a flyer. You know, we have code compliance now. He can be out there
Yeah,
a few
Yeah.
days.
yeah, that would be good.
Do that?
He doesn't right now, but
That's a great idea.
you know, I think there's some mechanisms here we can even add to this. Because if we have 90 dogs most of them are signing up during reduced week, so it's only $20 a dog. That's what what does that come out to? 40 times 20.
Yeah.
1,800? $800. So that would offset 800 of that. But if we could increase compliance, I think that could have a significant impact. And I do think there's people who would actually get true dog lovers and owners that would get excited about it.
Oh, for sure.
And it would make it feel better to know my dog money's going to.
Totally.
And can I add to the things because to be able to come up with a reasonable estimate, because we have like a wide range of also questions you can ask me at main stage, on how to calculate how much dog poop is generated. Because, a 8 to 10 compliance rate for registration, that's like national average, right? And so if you have 10, you're already a rock star. So if you're having 100 dogs registered, right, and that is 10%, right? And then you're talking about 1,000 or more dogs, right? And then there is formulas also, I have all of this, right? As to calculate and the average amount of how frequently does a dog poop a day and how likely are they going in the dog park. And so it's for sure, it's significant amount of dog waste. And also I used to live in DC for a long time and was very involved in the dog community. There too, because they had the same issue, the dogs were not registered. So there was annually after Labor Day, dogs could swim in the public pools. That's not our thing, but how they got people to register, they could register right there on site.
On site.
And so maybe that is something one could look at, like to say a week, one could do a man a table and say, Venmo here now or something. I don't know.
I've been trying to do that for all the years I've been here, is sit a table out, but now we have code compliance. So I can assign it. I've never had anyone just to assign that to it.
There you go. Let's see if Leah or Mark have questions. Any other questions? No?
So the license fees that we collect go directly to the general fund.
And they go to buy the bags and take care of the park, but it's never enough, it just.
This is a great idea, but my mind always goes to logistics. So our dog park is fairly removed from the streets. So these people would have to have the key to the lock to get in off Webster,
Well,
Welch Court.
Oh, to
Well,
get
sure.
the pickup?
Yeah, and you know, we've got those swinging fences there, which are occasionally locked, and as well as the one down at the entrance of Bone Park, so. They're gonna have to have access to the park, because I'm sure they're not gonna go out there with a wheelbarrow. and
Well,
fucking-
no, Dave would coordinate with them just like he does his guys. There's a certain day of the week they're there. They just unlock the gate that morning or Crystal unlocks it that day.
Yeah.
We could figure out that. Because we have the porta potty man coming too. regularly. So we have a way to do it.
Trustee Hammer, do you have a question?
No, but thank you, Ava. I think this is I've never really considered for dog waste goes. And after your presentation, I'm like, yeah, I can imagine lots of bags end up in the landfill. So I think this is an interesting pilot, especially if we somehow encourage residents to use it. Keep all these compostable or non-compostable bags out.
Did the
thank you.
did the SFC talk about applying for a grant for this?
No, because I actually did talk to them. And it was, I mean, they generally knew about dog food composting, but it was not on their radar or on their list of things to do.
I do think that could be an option if the board wanted it, was to apply for a sustainability grant. And pay for the whole year, hopefully.
I'd be curious to know too, what speed bumps other communities have experienced in rolling something like this out.
And I have talked, as I was saying to Dave or somebody, I'm now friends with everybody who has ever implemented that dog composting program in the greater Front Range area. They said initially there was always a contamination issue, but they addressed it with more education.
I like the idea of a pilot because I think about, I've used the compostable bags on trails in Boulder and other towns. And people tend to leave, bag the poop and then leave it. But if you leave these, they will disintegrate like almost like in 10 minutes. It's like, especially if it starts raining. So.
And that's why the limit to the dog park, I think, is also good, because I was suggesting to Dave, since I've revealed too much about myself in this meeting, because there are some, like in some areas of town, there are these small brown containers with a dispenser right next to it. And there are some that I walk by daily. There is one on 4th Avenue, right before you hit the trail. And then there is one on 3rd Avenue where there's the curve that then goes to Park. And so when I go by, I look, and in there is only dog poop bags, right? And only the blue dog poop bags. Some leading one to the assumption somebody pulls the bag, puts it in the container. So there may be sites around town post-pilot that one could say, we could add those to it. Because it would then require like town staff to take that stuff and dump it into the container at the dog park. But that there is opportunity, I think, for expansion, since Dave was saying that otherwise the trash is contaminated. If whatever is labeled as only recyclables, it's for sure people put who knows what in there. But one could look at, there is, I think, already opportunities for expansion, especially once people are familiar with the concept.
Well, this is great. Thank you so much. As you know, we're going to be discussing it later on in our regular meeting. You certainly don't have to stay.
Okay.
You don't come and watch it with Momo.
But you're welcome to as well.
But you're always welcome. So thank you very, very much.
Of course.
Well, there's two.
Oh,
Or
there
you
he
can
is.
get back to the link meeting, it's probably still.
There's that.
Okay, so thank you so much, Eva.
Yep.
Thank you.
And thanks to the PRC for spearheading this.
Oh, here I am for last week.
Oh, yes.
Go ahead, please.
All right, next up is discussion about the maximum size of ADUs.
Good evening, Mayor and Board of Trustees. So at the last agenda or the last regular meeting, the board requested an agenda item to kind of revisit the maximum size of ADUs, as part of our revamp of our ADU ordinance that was approved last June. Sorry, I should have logged into the meeting to show my screen. So went back and listened to the board discussion. The board talked about maximum size a couple of times as you all were providing direction to staff prior to my arrival here at the town, and it wasn't entirely clear where you all landed. Other than I think there was a desire to regulate maximum size to some degree. There was also some discussion around incentivizing. Sorry, my computer, I don't have my laptop. That's what's happening. Yeah, if you don't mind. We can just pull up the memo. So our current regulations have a maximum, to some degree have a maximum size. My apologies, I left my laptop at home on accident. So I'll just share the language that is in our current ordinance now. Basically, if it's in a basement, it's exempt from the maximum size, which I just want to note that in my time here, we have approved 2 ADUs that have exceeded that 800 square foot. And I think allowing it to be the full size of the basement is probably generally the most flexible and not impactful on the surrounding area. That way folks aren't having to kind of wall off interior space in maybe a way that doesn't actually work very well. And so then if you scroll down, here we go. It's kind of split on this page. So no minimum size. ADU shall not be larger than the principal dwelling unit unless the principal dwelling unit is less than 800 square feet. And then we do cap it at 800 square feet. That is language that's mirrored in the state law. It's a little different. We do have a ability a little bit to restrict it to not exceed the principal structure. If the principal structure is 750 square feet, I don't really know why those don't line up. So I guess I've kind of broken it down into 3 different categories for you, just to maybe kind of bite this off a little bit. So again, would you like to add a new restriction to limit the size to not exceed the principal structure if the principal structure is less than 750 square feet? Alternatively, I think what might happen in practice is folks will just switch. The ADU will become the principal and the principal will become the ADU, because we don't necessarily regulate the relationship on the lot of which is a principal in the ADU, other than, you know, some setbacks and things. Or you can keep your current language. So I don't know if you want to kind of go through these one by one, or
Let's go through them all and then
Sure.
go back.
Yeah, again, kind of 3 different circumstances. First is when the principal structure is less than 750 square feet. The next would be maximum size for ADUs in existing basements or in new basements in a new structure. Again, we don't restrict these now. And then kind of a third category, maximum size of ADUs in detached structures. So I think there's a little bit of a difference how an ADU feels if it's in an existing primary home or not. We, again, don't restrict the size other than it can't exceed the size of the principal dwelling. In my presentation that I can't share, I added a couple other points to consider, which I talked about a little bit in the memo. So what I think we found in practice is that the removal of the requirement for sprinklers for detached ADUs less than 800 square feet is acting as an incentive for folks. And then, you know, I guess a couple other considerations. If you're not desiring to do a restriction on ADUs max size, an outright restriction, you could, for example, amend the code. Right now, impact fees are exempt, for example, right? So if an ADU exceeds a certain size, you could begin to apply an impact fee or a utility fee, assuming more water usage. Or, you know, you could require larger ADUs to be affordable, right? So I think there's some other things that we could do if the board is interested in keeping the flexibility on size, if you want to incentivize ADUs to be smaller. So again, my apologies I'll make sure I get this set up before the board meeting tonight. Forgot it wasn't mine, so happy to take any questions, but really just seeking board direction on any potential amendments to this code. Before it would come back to you as an ordinance, would have to go back and revisit through planning commission, ECTC.
And well, and this conversation is, since it's the workshop, we're not gonna be giving you direction right now, but certainly later in the meeting. So questions for Lisa? Thorough. Okay, yeah,
I have one.
go ahead.
So the reasoning for an ADU not exceeding the square footage of the principal dwelling, is that strictly for aesthetic reasons?
I think it just really from a zoning best practice, if it's. There's the theory of like, what's the principal use on the lot and what's the accessory use on the lot, right? And so most communities provide a distinction, because if there isn't a relationship between the two, you know, then is it any different than duplex zoning? You don't have to include that relationship between the two units in size, but practically speaking, communities do to keep that accessory.
Yeah, one of the other rationale behind that was because we're not charging for another water tap or water share. An ADU was supposed to be the equivalent of just having another bedroom and bathroom. Where you go larger, you could end up with 3 or 4.
Sure.
And then it is using much more water than. You become more like an R2, 2 homes, instead of just being accessory.
And I would say too that smaller units are naturally just more affordable.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I was gonna mention the density thing. I think Victoria kind of covered it, where it's like you don't want an R1 to become an R2. And if you have 2,400 square, properties, one ADU, one a primary, it kind of defeats the purpose.
Yeah.
Just some fun facts here. I think I mentioned this before. We remember when we pulled all the properties and the sizes. So there's 18 properties in town out of 800 that are less than 800 square feet. So,
Not a lot.
just to keep it in perspective. And then from 750 to 800, there's 5 properties.
Not a lot. We're not talking
No.
about a lot.
8 properties under 500.
18. No, under 800 square feet.
I'm curious, the ADU that's being built on
Yeah.
Rick and McCall. How many square feet is that gonna be? Cause it looks like it's a garage with an ADU on top.
That is true. It's less than 800 square feet. I don't recall exactly, and I can look that up for you, but I know they did not have to provide sprinklers. Garage square footage doesn't count toward the maximum size because the state law says livable or occupiable space, so you can't really combine them. So it's really just the livable area, but I can get you an exact number. I want to say it's low 7s, high 6 square feet.
Yeah, we could never actually specify in the lines code that only count living area, but I think that was intended all along. It's the way it's been applied. But I can think of a number of garage on the bottom, ADU, space on the top that have been built since we implemented our policy. So I think that's the way we've always considered it. And also, so I went back and looked. In my view, speaking just for me, when we did a red line version of the new AD ordinance on April 21st, 2025, I think we just eliminated the 800 square foot maximum size by oversight. We were doing a red line thing and we were focusing on the language that's in there now about maximum of 800 square feet. If the principal is less than that, I think we just accidentally eliminated the 800 square feet thing. I don't think it was intentional.
Well, I thought that was what was done specifically for this ADU.
Right,
I
because
thought it was
they
like
asked
over
about it.
800 feet. Thought you came in over 800, and that's why we wanted to amend the code.
Yeah.
I would agree that there was that one property was the whole reason that was done.
Yeah,
And that's been Bloomfield Alley, just to make sure that's the one we're talking.
That's a different, yeah.
Yeah, and I recall during that discussion, pushing for greater than 800.
Yeah, and I
Just
was,
because I think, leave it to the market. I agree if we can incent 800 or less, I think that's the better way to control it. But if somebody has a legitimate need, family or whatever. Well, some,
I remember a discussion on that, and I remember being adamant that it should stay 800 square feet because that's what we'd always done. And there's reasons it was, affordability, utilities, impact on
no,
neighborhoods and
I
everything. So,
get that.
so I don't think we ever gave direction. I don't think we, in my view, we didn't give direction to change what we had on the code. I never intended it goes beyond 800 square feet. I don't think I strongly think that we shouldn't.
The last direction I recall from the board was you, I think, summarized it, and again, it was a meeting before I arrived, that staff should bring back examples of what other communities, how communities are regulating maximum size and some other options. So that was based on the 2 meetings that I went back and listened to when this was primarily discussed. Yeah, I could not hear a consensus with amongst the board on the specific direction, other than when the draft ordinance was put in front of the board. I think nobody raised any objections to the language as proposed, so I think that's where then it just became.
And that's the reason I wanted to have a workshop and a general business item about it. We didn't feel like there was broad consensus to make sure that those voices get heard.
Yeah, communities, I think I didn't include this in the packet, but I did just kind of poke around, and I think there's some variability in how communities are restricting these. Some communities are capping size, some are doing more of the relationship between the principal and the ADU, with maybe a max size and a relationship. So I think I didn't find, kind of one way that's really coalesced in the county as far as how to. Folks are just kind of tailoring it based on their communities.
With the communities that have a relationship model, is it that the ADU can be a certain percentage of the square feet of the principal?
Some communities are like ours, which is that just cannot be larger than, or others might be up to 75%, something like that.
Can you refresh my memory as to what the process is?
It has to be administrative if it meets all of the provisions in the code. So if it needs like a variance for a setback variance, for example, which the 1 on 441 stick needed, that goes to the Board of Adjustment. But we cannot require public hearings for ADUs under most circumstances in the state, under the state law.
Well, if there's nothing else, then I guess we're gonna take a break unless. And then, more discussion. We have something.
I know, it's late.
Late.
Yeah, I was just thinking about whether to save it or ask now. I guess I could ask. It strikes me that if we were to waive the cap or continue with our current policy of not having a cap, then we would be allowing people by right, largely because of the state mandate, to build one of whatever size they choose.
Yes and no.
And to the extent that that's true, could we split in such a way that a smaller ADU, where people have a state-based right to an administrative process without public hearing, is differentiated from a larger ADU, which we might find to be advantageous. We might like people to build, but we might also like to have a say in it rather than have it built by right automatically through an administrative process. Is there a way to cleave those two?
My understanding of the state law is yes, we can. We can't prohibit ADUs between 500 and 800 square feet. So we would have to do administrative for kind of this bucket, but yes, I believe other ADUs outside of kind of the things we have to do, we could require a process, but I'm gonna have Brandon.
Yeah, I think if you did like over 800 feet requires a conditional use, I think that would be okay because state law provides use by right basically for things that are under 800 square feet.
Yeah.
If we did that though, then I think we would also need to ask the UEB to rethink relook at the utility waiver policy that was done specifically back in 2016 or whatever it was with 800 square foot ADU, maximum ADUs. That was specifically a proposal when the UEB considered of how much more utility uses they're going to be if we have a bunch of ADUs, and the answer changes if there's 800 square foot versus 1600 square foot ADUs.
In order to avoid the capture by the state and maybe these utility issues, we might even decide that something that is larger than 800 feet has a different name. But it's not an ADU, but it's something else. It's a secondary DU. I don't know what it is, but
But even so, it'll still have a larger impact on utilities. Right,
Yes.
so it would still, regardless of what it's called.
it would, and we would treat it that way. We wouldn't presume that it gets the waiver that a smaller ADU does. It would not fall into that category, and it would be required to meet the utility standard and maybe a sprinkler standard. I mean, I don't think that we necessarily want a 2,000 square foot ADU to have no sprinkler.
And then you're taking a step away from the one house per single family lot, which becomes controversial at some point.
Agreed.
Well, and there are some, like, how, on Indian Springs, how big are the Indian Lookout, I'm sorry, how big are the lots?
Your minimum 5 acres.
5 to 10 acres.
So it would be silly, to me, it seems a little bit silly to say, you guys can only build one 800 square foot you know, if it's 5 acres and you're willing to pay more.
There is a tool in the plumbing code we could look at that requires, and so just because a structure is bigger doesn't necessarily mean it has more bathrooms. But some communities do actually add up the number of fixtures that are in a structure, and if you exceed a certain amount, and if we did that for ADUs, right, then you could require a larger tap. So that's a policy some communities have done to, again, try and capture. Some communities are doing a wastewater fee, right? So I think it just, to your point though, the UEB might want to look at the potential impacts to the utility system if someone builds it larger. But I think, again, there's a lot of different tools that you all are considering. I don't think the fixture count form is necessarily the best tool, but it is a tool some communities use.
Judith?
Yeah, I'm just thinking back to the presentation. I can't remember his name from Strong Cities or Strong Town.
Yeah.
Remember how he preferred the title of backyard cottages as opposed to ADUs? And when I think of that structure less than 800 square feet, I really can see where backyard cottages would apply. And so that might be a way there to differentiate. I know that was really his push, was to call it more of a backyard cottage as opposed to an acronym that not many people understand. So we might want to think about that.
So what I'm hearing is maybe there's a fourth bullet here that says if the structure either exceeds 800 square feet or exceeds the primary structure in place, it would have a formal review through either Board of Adjustments or whomever you guys choose, and there would be additional utility.
I would think it would be, you know, UEB would weigh in and then PCDC and the board would be that's my.
But I mean, yeah, so what but I think there's another bullet here.
There's another option for
Yeah.
sure.
Mm.
I know when we were, you know, relieving some of the burden by making it a by right use without a conditional review, but I think it's appropriate to have a conditional use review for larger structures
I do.
Or multiple ADUs.
or multiple.
This would also open up the possibility of having more than one ADU by review.
For certain lot sizes.
Which we have the ability, to recall with special review, there is the allowance for multiple, yeah, on the property.
I think you're right about that. When you hear accessory dwelling unit, is accessory usually does mean smaller accenting kind of thing. Maybe there is another term for when someone wants an additional dwelling unit. ADU meaning accessory or additional dwelling unit.
Detached duplex. It's
Wow.
essentially what it is. It's not what I would call it, but it's essentially what it is, so. But that's, I mean, you know, if we're being honest, that's.
Yeah.
I could see it on larger. Over certain size. Not a quarter acre lot.
Or again, just natural, kind of natural implications, right? Not necessarily a conditional use, because I always think about our criteria. Right, so to approve a conditional use, we have criteria that may or may not be really the impact that you're trying to address, right? So if the impact you're trying to address is utilities, right, then you could consider a tiered system in your utilities. If it's affordability, you could require affordability. So I think as you're thinking about the type of restriction, or you're, thinking about the tool, I guess I would just, let's relate the tool to the thing you're trying to impact, if that makes sense.
I like the two concept, because I could see a lot of people 1,000 square foot,
Sure.
just for one of the reasons, so right now. And if we only encourage it, only allow, I think that's very limited.
You have a couple with a baby, you almost need.
Just to make it more marketable.
When we revisit this topic at the end of tonight, would you like to do it in my 600-foot
So-
ADU?
I think you're.
The one bedrooms on Evan, there's 600 feet. How big are
Sorry?
they again? The one bedroom units on Evans,
Just under 600.
and that's a 1 bedroom, 1 bath, open kitchen, living room.
Mhm.
It feels pretty big. So 800 could afford another bedroom.
You can typically get a 2-bedroom space in.
That's what I was
800
trying to visualize. You could do a 2 bedroom.
Oh, one other thing, our R1 zoning, which is what most residential areas in town are. First sentence says the R1 district is a low density housing district.
Well, yeah, but the state of Colorado
Yeah.
decided that that's no longer the case.
Yeah,
Understand.
yeah, they would have to allow
That's
exception.
exciting for us.
That's been said.
That's what our local. The more larger additional dwelling units you put in R1 zoning, the higher density it gets. I just can't what the state rules are, but that's what our approach in lines has always been.
Yeah, well, that's why making a larger units conditional use review would make sense.
And we've also said, I think by policy, you guys have said you want to look at infill and density.
Another option would be to think about maybe, total lot size. So for one specific lot size, you can have X square footage of an ADU.
Yeah, Lions is a little unique in that our zoning code does not include any maximum lot coverages or floor area ratios. Like you can fit any size structure in a box that fits in the setbacks and the heights. A lot of communities also limit, even within that, you can only have a structure so big, right? So we could add a different layer. I've also just generally, I feel like our residential zone district doesn't necessarily fully align with a lot of what we have, so it might be worth revisiting a little more broadly, if the board desires to kind of align the residential zoning, but yeah, that's definitely a tool that we don't currently rely on.
Shouldn't set our like policies on this based on what's on it, look out, because then I'm even to so it's unique.
Oh, yeah.
No, and if you look at the lot sizes and which I'll turn,
Right.
yeah, we're at normality.
Right, so
We're
that's.
not on utilities. To put an ADU there, you gotta spend a boatload of money on a new septic, because you can't, the septics are built by the number. So,
You
yeah,
shouldn't let-
Indian Lookouts.
You shouldn't let aberrational large
Yeah.
lots, and they're not only on them, but now there aren't that many of them in town. They take your policy town-wide, you really need to look at what.
No, and I have-
neighborhoods are like.
My push for this is not
Yeah.
for my neighborhood.
Done.
And some people get pushed into doing ADUs, that's simple, but esoteric. But really, I'm just trying, it's more to me, the free market argument of, if it makes sense and you need 1,000 square feet, let people do it. Assuming the lot size is, I like the conditional use aspect.
I'll ask this question, then at what point do you start engendering neighborhood resistance? Big additional dwellings on single family. When do you get pushback from the neighborhoods? And And the more you do that, the more you risk ending up in a Littleton situation where the citizens said, no more ADUs.
Yeah.
So
Well,
you're pushing the envelope, the more big
And
ones you put.
I'm not,
No, I'm
proposing huge ADUs, I just am proposing giving homeowners the flexibility to have the
Yes.
flexibility. That's
And,
all.
and I'm saying there could be an unintended consequence of that is if too many homeowners start taking advantage of that, you're gonna get pushback from other homeowners saying, wait, you're ruining our neighborhood, because it's happened. in a
Well,
lot of
that's
places.
that's where the conditional use review comes in with public hearings, I think.
And that conditional use review allows you to take account of the differences among the neighborhoods. So yes, the Indian Lookout neighborhood is a little different from some, but lots of,
From all.
there's lots of variability across Lyons too. It's not an outlier. Almost every neighborhood has its own character.
And it's kind of like.
And if we, please let me finish. Please let me finish. And if we do have a conditional use review, then we can look at those exceptions and see if they either do or don't fit the character of the neighborhood and offer the homeowners and residents in those neighborhoods the opportunity to weigh in, and we should.
Most neighborhoods in Lyons for a long time have been under 7,000 square foot lot size. There are a few older, larger double lots. But by and large, across the Lyons R1 district, you're dealing with 7,000 square foot maximum.
But Old North is different from,
Yeah, I think our
Eagle
one size
Cave
is
has a-
4,000 square feet.
Yeah.
For example.
I think 24% of our R1 lots are less than 7,000 square feet.
Oh, that's good to know.
I did a
24%.
check just to see, I think, based on Boulder County's property size, which is not survey, but you're gonna have a few littler, smaller. I think it was about 24% of our R1 zone lots are less than 7,000 square feet, which is the minimum. Again, to my point, I think there's some work we could do in our zoning code.
The smaller that lot is, less than 7,000 square feet, the more intrusively large additional it's going to be.
and I think you're right, Trustee Browning, that we will sooner or later have more discussions about whether we want to move toward more density and how far down that road Lyons wants to go. That's an important topic. The rest of the world is moving away from R1. Lyons may or may not be ready to make that transition.
Littleton isn't.
Well, we're not Littleton, and I don't know that we're ready either.
And I don't want to be, I don't want to be Littleton. What happened?
And that 24% I was telling Lisa is probably that area in North Old Town that, remember the alleys, when we platted the alleys, took that last 10 feet off of their property lines.
Yeah, I would say the vast majority is
It's right there.
the older parts of town. I don't, to map it all exactly, but just,
But again, we do
Yeah.
have a few people that own double, two lots next to each other. They can combine.
yeah, that
There's just lots of-
74% or larger, than 7,000 square feet, right? Anyway,
Okay, well, this will be interesting.
Yeah, I'm glad that you brought this up.
sure.
So thank you.
Yeah.
All right, stop sharing. Do anybody need to look at anything else?
Does anybody have any final comments about workshop? Okay, take a break. quiet. I will call the February 17th Board of Trustees meeting to order. Can we have the roll call, please?
Yes, Mayor Rogan,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Williams, Trustee Hamrick, Trustee Dottie,
Present.
Trustee Lowell, Trustee Browning, and Trustee Williams.
Please rise.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone. I'll read the land acknowledgement, then we'll take a brief reflective moment of silence. We must acknowledge with respect as non-native people that the land on which we stand, live, and learn is the traditional territory of the Ute, Cheyenne, and Arapaho peoples. We also recognize the 48 contemporary tribal nations that are historically tied to the lands that make up the state of Colorado. Thank you, everyone. Is there a motion to approve the agenda? Is there a second?
Second.
Anything anyone would like to amend? I'd like to state that we heard from the Boones earlier and they said we would like to withdraw our request. The next owner can pursue the issue if they like. Although the Boones made this request to remove the agenda item, I am not going to move to remove the agenda item because I think that's why many of you are here tonight. So this item will stay on the agenda. The Boones will not be present, nor will the person who is under contract to purchase the property. So everybody knows. Okay, with that, I will call for the vote.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. All right, now is the time for audience business. Most of you all have been here before and probably know the deal, but we're gonna go over it anyway. For those of you who are new, welcome. How many people do we have signed up, Dolores?
We have 6.
Okay, so each person who would like to speak will have 4 minutes to address the board. We ask that you state your name and address for the record. We ask that you address the entire board and not one person and not staff and please not each other. We ask that you please refrain from clapping and hooting and hollering, but instead use your jazz hands. And then after each person has had the opportunity to speak, the board will respond and then staff will have an opportunity to respond. So with that, let's get it going.
First, I have Kay Sparks, followed by Roger Flynn.
Kate Sparks, 21, Sociana, Apple Valley Road. Good evening. I have 3 things, and only one of them is a housing commission, so stay tuned. First of all, I don't live in the town, within the city limits, but I take my dog to that park almost every day. I support the recycling of dog poop. I think it's a great plan. I think because Earth Day is coming up and you talked about dog registration, it would be great to have a booth. If you go with a pilot program to have people there, so they have the opportunity to register their dogs right there and learn about the program. I think it would be a really good sell. It's positive as opposed to what we've got now. First. Second, in terms of ADUs, as a rural person, I'd like to see you, as much as you can, as you talk, to build in flexibility. First of all, in my little work in housing, young people don't want big places and they might want to live near their folks. Second of all, we old people might be interested in building a 1,000-foot ADU or less and having our kids move into the front area. So we like that kind of flexibility in it. And you've got a review process, as I understand it, that you can use to differentiate between different neighborhoods and what the needs are and what the inputs are about a specific place. Because it's going to be need to be individual. We're a mosaic. Third is Housing and Human Services Commission. We met with the Lions Valley Townhomes residents, all 6 of them came Friday night. Not a huge turnout, but they are the communicators in that community, and so it's worth getting out. We also got back from them how to communicate with them, what the best way is, what works. The folks that showed up from Highlands Property Management were property manager, the maintenance person, the maintenance supervisor from Longmont, another maintenance person, and their area manager who lives in Montana but is working on the train. So that was impressive. Charles Street Browning attended, and he, thank you for that. I think that really impressed folks. That was good for him to hear. They got a lot of good information that did clarify some things. They gave some information back. They got information on the inspections. And they also got several apologies because the previous folks that have been there for a while have not been doing service for them. That's just, I'm not gonna get on the record about it, but it's just, they're gonna do better. And they said that, they were very open about that. Just for your information, just a piece of something, as of, I think we agree with this one, February 1st, they had $44,000 worth of rental in arrears. So they're trying to work with people, but it was impressive to me, so. That's the latest. Thank you very much.
Next, Roger Flynn, followed by Brian Donnell.
Good evening, Roger Flynn, 1010 Steamboat Valley Road. I know you can't answer the question, Madam Mayor, but I wanted some clarification what the Boones did. Did they withdraw their agenda request for tonight or withdraw the request for the town to verify the old water tap? Maybe when you.
We'll address that.
Okay, yeah, so that, I had a little question. I want to get my notes straight. And so that probably shortens some of the talk as I sent my short letter to you all this afternoon. And I'm not an expert. I'm sure Attorney Dittman will have the key insight, but it doesn't seem to me that there's evidence, at least in the packet provided, which is all the evidence that the DOT has, that the town of Lyons in 1963 approved that water tap. It says something about a deal between Paxton and Sterling, that's up to them. I didn't see any vote of the town, so I'm not sure. I don't think the evidence is there to support that old water tap. The 1981 letter from the town administrator, as we know, town administrators cannot authorize taps by themselves. So that was the thrust of the first part of my letter. I just think the evidence is there. And then on the second part, dealing with some of the new illuminations and documents that we received from the town, from the core request from Liz Early. And want to thank the clerk Vasquez for doing such a great job in getting that out to the town, to the community so fast, so we could be informed. You know, is there a way, now that we know that there's discussions between the staff and potential purchasers on property that everyone's been paying attention to? 9 luxury homes, no mention of affordability. These are big issues that we've been dealing with all for 2.5 years, your entire term on the board. Is there a way in the future so we don't have to do core requests, assuming that we're going to be seeing applications from the new owner if the purchase goes through? There's got to be a way that we don't have to keep on doing cores every month now, because we're worried that emails are going through, applications are going to be submitted, and we're going to sit there and then have to do cores, and you'll be racing around chicken without your head to get these documents to us so we can be informed to present testimony to you. So I don't know if the answer is that. There's no such thing, as far as I know, of a prospective CORA. But maybe if there's some way that the town could be apprised of some of the big ticket issues, particularly when applications come in. And I work with the federal government a lot, and when they get applications for projects from, I deal with mining companies and things like that, it goes on the agency website within a day or two, so the public can find out. So maybe there's the way to do that. Any confidential information, social security numbers and things like that, of course, shouldn't be in it. But maybe there's a way the town can put these high visibility items so the public doesn't have to do cores all the time, because it looks like we're going to be seeing, at least we know it's not a formal proposal, but 9 luxury homes up there. and other development. And so it would be great to figure out how we could be informed, that we find out it soon after the town staff does that. So anyway, that's what I was hoping we could do based on these new developments that we just found out about a day or two ago. So that would be our hope. And then, again, I want to thank the staff for getting the core request together for everybody, and appreciate your time. And then if we can nail down, Madam Mayor, what exactly is the status of the Boone request? What did they ask for? What did they not ask for? What are they withdrawing? And what did they say? The new owner will take care of it or something? But anyway, it'd be nice to find out, get some details so we can be apprised. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Good timing.
Perfect. Brian Donnell, followed by Liz Early.
Name's Brian Donnell, 395 Vasquez Court, and agree with a lot of the points that Roger was making. Also say thank you very much for the core materials. Those were very helpful for us. I wanted to emphasize that one of the aspects that we see in the information is there's talk of one residential tap. And for those of us who have been living with low water pressure for the last almost 27 years, one residential tap, between now and the time that we can actually afford a water tower and solve these problems, which is a huge gap, between, where we are now and, it's a huge leap in terms of affordability, because it's very expensive. But between now and then, until we get the water tower, we're very concerned about the numbers of taps and the additional draw on the water supply. So please keep that in mind. If we get the water tower, then let's talk about some other development if you want. But until then, we don't have water pressure. So thank you very much.
Liz Early is followed by Rachel Friend.
Hello, I'm Liz Early, 1011 Single Valley Road. I want to thank you so much for the core report, getting that to us so quickly. And I second what Roger and Brian have said. Thank you.
Rachel Friend, followed by Patrick Robluski.
Hi, everyone. It's good to be here. I'm Rachel Friend, 101 Bone Court. First, I guess, long-time listener, first-time speaker. I'm here. I sent you all an email about 2 weeks ago about Big Tent, BOCO, for expanding county commissioners from 3 to 5, and promised I would be here to answer questions. So I'm hoping that everybody read it and that I can answer questions. You guys want to fire away, or should I give you a little more background?
That's not the way it.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, well, and then I'll just put in another plea that maybe you all could add it to an agenda item, and then we could come and get the presentation. How do you consider taking the positions? I know that 3 of you are endorsers and supporters. We really appreciate it. I think it will be especially good for City of Lyons to have better representation and diversity and access to the Boulder County Commissioners. So I think especially for places like that, it would be a really good initiative. And if you all could support it publicly as a governing body, it would be awesome. Now, do I sit down if you have anything to call me back up? Is that it?
Yeah, the board will comment after everybody speaks, and then we'll talk about whether we want to add it as an agenda item.
I'll be here. Thank you so much, Rachel.
And last I have Patrick Robluski.
Patrick Robleski, 435 Vasquez Court. And thank you as well for the core request, getting that to us quickly. And the same thing as Liz, I just want to second Roger's and Brian's concerns.
Anybody who didn't get the chance to sign up and would like to address the board tonight? No? Okay. So I'm gonna take the point of privilege and go first tonight, which I don't think I've ever done, but I'm gonna do it. So Roger, the answer to your questions, so the Boones first requested to remove the agenda item for tonight. There was never a request from either the Boones or the person under contract to purchase the property to take any action. So there was not a request to connect water service. The Boone's original agenda request, which you can see is in the packet, was just that they wanted information that the town had about this potential water tap. So the board was never going to take any action on this issue tonight. It was informational only, so everybody knows that. I also want to say that Trustee Browning forwarded me the emails today between Planner Ritchie and the gentleman who's under contract to buy this property. I didn't know that there were conversations going on, and the reason that I didn't know is because there wasn't a need for me to know because no application has been made. And further, my understanding is that the potential purchaser of this property is no longer interested in developing it in this way. So what I would suggest is that, you know, the potential purchaser's name is in the packet. I think that if you all want to speak to this gentleman about what his intentions and plans and thoughts are, I think that would be great. So when it comes to knowing kind of what's going on and, you know, what potential development applications there might be going in town hall, one of the reasons that these are not typically reported out to the board and the public is because they're very preliminary and there are people looking for information. Once an application is filed, then it goes through the public process and it's in the packets for the planning commission, for the utilities and engineering board, for us. And so, you know, keep an eye on those and keep in touch with the person who is purchasing this property would be my personal advice on that. The other things, let's see. Kay, thank you very much as always for your comments, particularly about the dog poop composting. We'll keep that in mind. And yeah, I think that's all I have to say about that. I will be requesting an agenda item, Rachel, later to see if the board has an interest in taking a position on Big Tent BOCO. And if you have your petition signing clipboard with you, maybe hold it up, see if anybody in the room is interested. Okay. All right. I will move to my left, Trustee Lowell.
Yeah, hey, I hope things turn out better over there at LVT after the meeting. Looks like you're going in the right direction over there. I think it's going up. As to the Boone property, I will say, I thought it was extraordinary that the early stages of whatever the new buyer is considering was not revealed to us in the executive session. I thought we should at least have been apprised of that, although it wasn't necessarily conducive to what we were hearing. We all know for some time that this property is a hot button. It has been since it was proposed in the IGA. And I think probably should have had that information revealed to us during the executive session. That's all I'm going to say.
Trustee Gatti?
Hey, I had no idea there was so much in arrears at Lions Light Townhomes. I would like to remind everybody that those townhomes are for rent at 60% of the area median income in Boulder County. So when I hear there are $44,000 in arrears, I'm wondering how many families are at risk of homelessness. That is my question. That is my concern. I'm very concerned about people who cannot afford rent, as 60% of AMI families cannot afford that rent, and I'm very concerned about where they will go. I know of at least 2 families who are trying to hang on. We're trying to find a solution. I don't think that accounts for the 44,000 in arrears, but that number is with me, and it's not just a number. We're talking about families in our community who can't afford rent as 60% of paying. And that is very concerning to me. So thank you for bringing that back. That's really shocking for me to hear that, and not surprising based on how expensive it is to live here. It just is. And because of my work on the homelessness project, the regional working group of elected officials in Boulder County, I just know how many new homeless persons have been seen in the last year. And that some of it has to do with property taxes and senior citizens, but also I wonder how many of these are families who just can't afford to meet the 6% AMI. So affordability remains a key issue, and I have seen so many families who have been forced to leave Lyons because they can't afford to live here anymore. And when I hear that number, that tells me there are more families who cannot afford to live here and are facing eviction and are going to have to find rent elsewhere. Maybe at 30% AMI. I mean, there aren't that many units available. I'm just, my heart is just with those families right now who can't afford the 6% AMI. And thank you for addressing all the concerns around the executive session and the questions that came up. I wasn't in executive session. I was teaching at that time. I can't make those daytime meetings anymore. And Kay, I really loved your idea about having a booth at the dog park, especially during birth week. I love the idea of registering dogs and talking about the pilot program, kind of all of that. So maybe that's something we can talk about.
Trustee Cameron?
Yeah, K, the 44K in the rears was, shocking, so appreciate if you can keep us apprised. I don't know what we as a board can do, but information would be helpful. And thank you for, as always, your leadership on the town and everything else you do. So, Rachel, thanks for sending the email last week, 2 weeks ago. So, yeah, I'd be interested in learning more about that. I've read the pros and cons on both sides, kind of struggling with the right answer. So more information will be good. And then Boone property folks, we've heard you. Roger, I agree. When I saw your note this morning at 10 minutes before I had to run into a meeting, I was like, holy cow, how come? And so I agree with Trustee Lowell that we had an executive session. It would be good to have some of this information. I realize real estate transactions are confidential for a reason, but somehow after reading your email today, I was like, oh, it would be nice to know what the outcome of these core requests. And I would love to get out of the core business. I've been in it before from the receiving side, and it's not fun. So somehow if we can figure out a way to encourage dialogue and rebuild trust, we should do anything possible to go down that path. So that's it.
Trustee Williams?
Hey, it was good to hear that there's a conversation underway among tenants and the ownership and management of the units over there. A few months ago, when the residents got together and decided that they would call themselves the Lions Tenants Union, I was very encouraged. I liked the sound of that. I liked the sound of the energy that they had in the room. It was clear that they were going to take the lead on protecting themselves and their neighbors, and I'm glad that that continues, and that there's been some success, that they haven't hit a stone wall, but instead have been able to work some things out and make real progress. I too am concerned about the backlog. There's some math that happens in my head that might point to other reasons why we would have that $44,000 backlog, other than just pure affordability questions. I mean, the simplest one sometimes is that there are disputes among residents, between residents and owners, that turn into questions about whether rent is due. And that's no better than people not being able to afford it, but that might be another reason. And my guess is that there are probably several things that all stack up to a really unfortunate number. Thanks for working the issue, and I'm happy that the tenants union is also actively working it. On the Boone property, I agree that public filings and public hearings are better than private or requests. So if there's something that we can do to make sure that there's easy access to what should be publicly available information, I'm all for that. And that might mean that soon after applications become real, they also become posted and readily available. I don't know what all the best answers are. I understand that it shouldn't be so early in the process that when someone's just asked a question or two, it's probably not the time to alert everyone to the fact that there's been a brief and vague conversation. But as quickly as possible, we ought to proceed to some kind of transparency that would obviate the need for these core requests. I also want to thank Clerk Vasquez for what was obviously a really quick turnaround in all of this. She spotted a document, she worked it with staff, they worked it with trustees, and they got information out to the public as quickly as possible. And that was largely because she just jumped on it. So the people who were the immediate beneficiaries of that appreciate it, and all of us appreciate it. Well done. Finally, Rachel, on Big Tent. I read the letter and I had already signed your petition. I personally support the idea of expanding the universe of county commissioners. I look forward to a conversation about whether as a body or as a town, we should support it. I think that's a very different question than whether we as individuals might stick up for it and root for it. But I look forward to having a conversation when the time's right.
Do you, Brian?
Yes, on Lions Valley Townhomes, I was at the meeting last Friday. I agree with Kate that the information and the promises made by the new management were encouraging, and they readily admitted some of the mistakes that prior management has made. The 44,000 number, Kay and I were talking about this a little bit before the meeting, needs a little more investigation. It wasn't clear to me when that was put out there what exactly that made up, but I don't think that it's 44,000 in delinquency from existing residents. I think it's some cumulative figure over some period of time. That was my impression. So we might ask the some people for a little more explanation about that. I wouldn't assume that the people that are there now are that delinquent. One other thing I want to mention real quickly that I heard there that concerned me a little bit. As everybody said, the rents there are set on a percentage of Boulder County AMI, and Boulder County AMI keeps going up. And granted, you can say correctly that as Boulder County AMI goes up year after year, we can raise our rents year after year. In fact, they almost indicated an intent to do so, and follow that by saying, because our costs go up too. Well, their costs aren't necessarily linked to Boulder County AMI. There's a disconnect there. So that conveyance of information that if Boulder County AMI rate goes up, we probably plan to raise your rents too, struck me as a little bit odd. And if I understand that there are 5 vacancies in the apartments there, I'm not sure that the market will bear them raising rents to match AMI as it goes up. So I think that there's a kind of a natural limitation on that. On the Boulder County Commissioners, I too support that and have signed the petition. In fact, I have an extra copy in my house. I'll bring it around by work to sign it, but I'll think about it some more. I'm not sure it's something the board itself should take a position on one way or another, but we'll talk about that later. On the Boone property, I'll save any comments on the specifics of the 3/4 inch water tap for that agenda item, since we're still going to talk about it. I do want to make several real quick points about that. Number one, although I grant you that, as Brian said, that there are water pressure concerns with even one tap, but there's only so much development you can do with 1 3/4 inch tap. Secondly, water rights are not the same thing as sewer rights. Anybody thinks it's easy to put sewer lines through rock, go ask the people who did the Summit project. It's neither easy nor cheap. It costs a lot of money. Number 3, there are big concerns about stormwater drainage through Steamboat Valley, including the culvert that's about close to collapse. I haven't seen that addressed anywhere. Number 4, that property's above the blue line, and there's an extensive process for blue line variances that includes a specific reference to blue line references being, quote, subject to public referendum. So there's a lot of steps and hurdles that would have to be cleared for a development of the type described in those emails to ever occur. And I think people should realize that those were just preliminary questions, exchanges of information, and there's nothing that's been proposed, and there's a lot of things that would stand in the way, including an annexation vote, anything like that.
Staff have any response?
We do. First of all, I just want to make it clear to both the board and to the public that the email you're referring to about this development was back in November.
December.
And we were just answering that person's questions about the property before he invested in it. I think it was the next week after that, he called. You have to remember, none of our in-person and our phone calls are in documented records. He called and said, I can't make that work, so scrap it. So that's why it didn't get brought up 4 months later in executive session. He said, I can't make this work. And he actually said, I think I'm just gonna leave the house and just store all my race cars in the shed. Okay, I mean, staff don't get to decide how people use properties, but it is our job to when people, especially a resident, comes in and asks a question about a parcel, that we answer their questions. This is a weekly, if not daily occurrence, that people stop by that are looking at investing in a property and ask questions. You know, what would the tap cost? Is this, can I annex? Can I subdivide? Can I rezone? Is this in a floodplain? That's what we do all day. So when I read that email, I had a very different view of that. I saw that our planner was simply answering his question. She never promoted the development. He was very much aware of the situation already from living in the neighborhood. And I can tell you the other reason I did not bring it up during executive session is the Boones have never told us who the buyer is. So I didn't even know that's who we were still talking about. So I just want to caution, and I would say, you don't have to do chorus. Pick up the phone and call us. We're happy to meet with you guys. And I think it would provide a lot more clarity and be much more timely, because we do have regular in-person meetings with people, and those never get documented. And so I think there's been a lot of wasted time and energy here if people would just communicate. And so I don't know who for sure this buyer is. I don't know if it will go through. All the Boones have said to us is we're scheduled to close in a couple of weeks, and they are hesitant to disclose anything because they don't want the sale to fall through. I can tell you, they've never said to me, it is that person who is buying this. So I'm sorry if you felt blindsided by that one email. That email is months old and was reversed verbally a couple days later. So, and also that it is a regular practice that we do not publish or announce kind of working documents that we receive. It's not until we get a complete application. And at that point, it is full public information, no problem. Anytime you want, you can ask for that. We usually do get them posted. They get referred out to other agencies immediately upon the planner declaring it a complete application, and that is our regular process. In regard to Rachel, to the big tents, I don't think staff got that email. So if you wouldn't mind somebody forwarding that to us, then we can help you get on board and see what other kinds of resolutions communities are passing if you decide you want to pursue that as a group. And then yes, Kay, as always, thank you so much. You're a volunteer extraordinaire for keeping on top of all those things for us. Anything you want to add?
Just if I may, I'm super happy to pick up my phone and just answer any questions. You know, sometimes developers, when they're really early, prefer that we not share specific information, but I'm happy to let folks know if I'm having conversations. I also always encourage our applicants to talk with the neighbors as soon as possible, right? So that the neighbors' opinions factor in. to, you know, the board's final approval. And so, and I'm also with the board's direction, happy to create a web page that includes active applications. Once an application is submitted, we can just have a web page where all of that information gets uploaded, and we can put tentative dates for when they're going to be discussed. So I think that might be, you know, something that is positive as a result of tonight. Happy to do that if the board desires. And then, oh goodness, there was one other point I was going to make on that. Oh, and then just so you all know, the Board of Trustees, once a month, I send out a spreadsheet to the Board of Trustees that includes, once we have kind of a pre-app application, I have dozens of conversations with folks about potential development, but once we have a pre-app and it becomes evident that it potentially could become an application, or once an application is filed, the board gets a monthly list of those, and so that they know generally when these become kind of quasi judicial and when they need to wait for the public hearing process, and who we're just kind of having preliminary, they don't know who we're having preliminary conversations with. That's just generally not us that we have. So happy to answer any additional questions on how development review works.
I just like to add one more thing that made me think about. I want to just give an example, the vintage motor site. I bet Lisa and I talked to 20 different people thinking about that site. Had we published everything people wanted to do there, it would have created just total chaos in town. None of them have happened, right? And until we have an application, I mean, we've heard everything from let's make it a wine cellar to let's make it a golf cart. You know, it's so you don't want to get people excited about something that doesn't happen. Last Friday, I had a person walk in and say, I want to build a hotel on this site. Am I supposed to say that to the, I mean, people are doing their business due diligence to see if things are possible. Right before that person, the day before, someone came in and said, I want to buy this house in the floodway. And this is what I want to do to it. We're just having the initial discussions with people. I'm sorry this one created chaos, but it was really Lisa just responding from a planning perspective. And he pretty quickly came in and said, I don't think I'm going to be able to do that. So I'm sorry if it created that. Again, no malintent, no reason not to be transparent. It just didn't turn into anything. Just did not. So I still don't know. They have never told me that's their buyer. So I'm not going to confirm that.
Okay, yeah. Thank you very much, everybody. Okay, so then let's move on to the actual agenda request. And so the agenda request was for all of the information regarding this issue. So does somebody want to do a brief staff report?
We didn't. Go ahead, Joyce.
Well, I guess I'm confused. The Boones requested the agenda request, so they would have presented their request. They also asked for it in executive session, which couldn't happen.
Right.
So staff didn't put anything together because this was their request and they pulled it.
Okay, so so the issue is, and I'll briefly summarize, and then I think Trustee Browning had some questions or comments. Maybe for Attorney Dittman, maybe not. So it came to the attention of the board that there was potentially a water tap on the Boone parcel. And when that came to our attention, that was discovered literally by accident. When that came to our attention, Clerk Vasquez did a bunch more digging because there's some questions around, well, who authorized this? When was it authorized? Who was authorized to authorize it or not? Because as you can see, there was a town administrator, and then there was a question of, did the town board take action? Who was on the town board? Who was on the town board who is still with us today that we could even chat with? So there was a lot of information for Clerk Vasquez and the rest of staff to dig up, and they did an incredible job. The clerk looked through literal physical binders of handwritten minutes over decades to get the answers to these questions. There is still, and I'll say it again, there has been no request to connect water service. There has been no request for anything except the information that is in the packet. So, and I'm certainly not going to read it word for word because I'm sure you all read it. And you don't want me to do that, nobody does. So I know trustee Browning has some comments, questions, and maybe other trustees do as well, but trustee Browning?
Yes, and I shared these with the town attorney earlier. One question and thing to keep in mind here, I think, and I'd be surprised if the town attorney had an answer yet, is a water tap and water rights are two different things. You get water to your property, you have to pay a tap fee to the town, and you have to, in many cases, put up a CBT share or late max share or pay cash in lieu. That second aspect of potential service to this property is not addressed in any of these documents. And so it's not an easy thing to parse through because we have a water agreement with Longmont that dates from 2003. So 40 years after this potential tap was first discussed, and it's not real clear to me yet whether someone that was, let's say, granted a tap, there's records to indicate that they had a tap right back in the early 1960s. Whether the town would have to use one of the water shares, some water rights in its inventory to pledge to Longmont if water service was ever requested and provided to that property, unclear. That's something that, one question for the town attorney. Second question that I asked, and that's something also that the UEB may want to look in. And Aaron probably knows more than Director Kaplan probably knows more about than anybody else around here about how that works. And it's not an easy or simple subject. Secondly, the existing code says that there's a policy of not providing water service outside of town limits. Except that the Board of Trustees can approve that for good cause shown. And I don't know, and I don't think the town staff or attorney has been able to determine yet, how long has that requirement been in the town code that you have to have good cause shown to get water service outside town limits? Was that the case in early 1960s or in 1981? I don't know. So that's a question that would have to be answered. And where I end up on this is, I don't have enough information and enough historical research at this point to come to a conclusion about whether there still is even an entitlement to a water tap, and secondly, what the associated water rights might be with that. Because I don't know if the town attorney wants to elaborate on that or not. Those issues.
Yeah, I mean, I think the first question is more of an Aaron question, Director Kaplan question than a me question. I think Director Kaplan may have done some research to what extent that this was counted as part of the allocation in the Longmont agreement. I thought, but that's more of a
mention, so to clarify on the water rights, we want to be careful when the town started. We were working off of our Lions pipeline decree. We still have a decree for water off of the North St. Vrain, sorry. And so that was the original water rights that were used for the town until they decided they needed to have more than just what was available from that, and the CBT project started. I don't know the real beginnings of the town getting to become part of the whole Colorado Big Thompson with Northern Water. And what year that would be.
1941, I think, is when we bought our first units.
The first 40 were that allocation process.
Yeah.
So originally it was based on the Lions pipeline. And so there wasn't specific water rights that somebody needed when they connected. The town would have had their decree of water and determined if they could take that on or not. And then you have the period of time when we have the initial set of, I had the paper, but I don't have to do 250.
That was our original.
Original decree from Colorado Big Thompson Water and how much they thought that would cover at the time. So originally there was not, from what we can see, the requirement of providing the water rights. At some point that would become a concern. And so the town started to say, you do need to have more water rights. We can try to go back how far to when you had to start providing water rights when you annex property into the town. It does get to be pretty detailed. But it, to me, was back, when did they first have this water? I thought there was documentation showing it back to the forties of there actually being a pipe up there with a cutter or whatever the saw was.
Yeah.
And Thursday, when I went up to the property, I saw where this was supposed to have been. Also saw it in the picture, can't see anything in the ground. My belief is there's a pipe underground there that was disconnected and gone from the early days. And then, you know, we don't know what happened after. I mean, there's the discussion that I see, the same things in the documentation of this Sterling quarry, having water, having a pump station down relatively close to Fifth and Steamboat that was required to get the water further up to the cutter. And then at some point that was disconnected. We don't have, I haven't seen any other record. But then in 1981, we have this letter of the purchaser of that property saying, you know, having a letter from the mayor at the time that I think he was the mayor. He
Town
talked about being the town
administrator. Yeah, he was
administrator. He's the
he
mayor,
was
then he's the
appointed.
town administrator.
He was a trustee.
That it appeared that he saw this information from the Sterling quarry having water up there, so the property had a right. Never connected. We don't know what happened. My questions would be based on what happens if you had water there, it was then disconnected all before the 2003 agreement. Is this a modification? If they come back now, they have a piece of paper that says the town administrator said we have water, which we have documentation of other locations that say they were approved a tap or a tap permit. That was part of the benefit before. They used to call it a tap permit and talk about the paper as a tap permit versus a physical tap. So that's some of the other clarification that would be needed.
Attorney Dittman, did you have anything to add?
Yeah, I mean, as to the second question, I don't have an answer to that either. When the good cause shown language got put in, you know, we only know back to 2014 and online, which is when the codification of the new code was done, I believe. You know, there is a 1998 date, so maybe that's a, you know, an indication of maybe when this went into place. But what was found was the board did seemingly approve a tap in the 60s. So, I mean, if there was a good, you know, if there was a good cause shown requirement, I mean, presumably the board evaluated that in the 60s.
Mr. Bernie, did you have any other comments?
No, that's just, my only comment is that I don't think we're at a point yet where we can give a final answer as to whether there is a current right to a water tap or what the water rights might be required to exercise that right.
Yeah. And I would say, I mean, I don't think that was the intention of this. It was to have a clear answer, just really present information, nor would I encourage the board to do that, you know, as part of a you know, this forum, I guess, without more information. You know, I think there's still more work to be done when and if there's ever comes a time when someone actually is asking for this.
And that's, thank you, Attorney Dittman. That was the point I would make, is that a lot of time has gone into this already, a lot of staff time at a not small cost. And so what I would request is that unless and until there is a request made, we let the issue lie. Because we've already spent enough time on it, and there's thanks to staff, there's a strong foundation of information if anybody ever wants to make that request. So, okay. Great. Thank you, everybody. So then let's move on to Boulder County Sheriff's Report.
Good evening. Good evening. So I am on day 5, but I'm up here officially. Happy to be here. So I got the 2025 annual report completed today and turned it into the town. So
You were the tardy one.
What's that? You were. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah. Thanks.
They'll do it.
That's okay. I got it done. Yes. Other than that, Bill Chris wanted me to just pass on that he was glad he got to come back up and fill in last year quite a bit. He'll miss the town, and he says he's gonna come up and do this, so see how much we see him. That's all I have for tonight.
Any questions from the board?
How's your hand up?
It's doing pretty good.
Okay.
Yeah, I probably have another 6 weeks on light duty, and then I hope to be back at it. So Thank you for asking.
Thank you very much.
I do, Sergeant, I don't know if, you've been seeing at these neighborhood traffic summaries.
I did get one today.
Okay, so we have one, and I was gonna bring it up during my report, one from Third Avenue by the elementary school. We have a new one today from McConnell.
Oh.
And, I wanted to make sure you were getting them first of all, and then any ideas that you have that can help address what this is showing is much appreciated.
Okay.
So I think we're gonna find, on the one we got today from McConnell, I just heard the data. I don't think I have a hard copy yet. But I think in that case, there's over 40 people going 10 or more over again. But they have a 90% compliance. So what they do is they come over that bridge and they're going faster and they're slowing down. So that's good. But it's still anything you can think of that can help address some of these that are pretty startling, especially by the elementary school. Someone going, what was the height?
And 41, it's like
41 miles an hour and at schools.
You have to be flooring it to get
Yeah,
up to.
but I know we only have one officer. It's hard to be everywhere, but I just want to make sure you are getting these.
I did
And
get the one from today. I think that's the one I've seen yet.
okay, so anything you want to suggest, please do.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you. Hi.
Hi.
Good to see you here. I was wondering if you heard anything more about graffiti under the bridge?
So-
On the bridge?
While I was out, I know Sergeant Chris met with some folks on that, and I think there was some planning in progress, but I've only been back for 5 days and I haven't had a chance to kind of figure out what's going on. I think SRO Deputy Mitch Roseborough is involved in that as well. And I'll be seeing him on Thursday for the state send off for the high school wrestling. So I'll chat with him about it at that point. So there are talks in the works and it is a high priority. I'm gonna put in my annual report. There's some hot topics as well as ground.
Yeah, I was just concerned if there were any new reports.
I haven't heard of anything for a couple of weeks at least since I've been back.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for being patient.
Happy to do, yeah.
Okay, our administrator's report, please.
Right, thank you. In my admin report, of course, we have our formal slate of candidates for our April ballot. I did want to point out there's the 2 forums are out there for the public that can listen and ask questions. March 4th at 6:30 at the library. For the forum that is sponsored by the 2 newspapers, the Lions Recorder and the Redstone Review. They have asked the Student Advisory Commission if they'd like to help them, and they said yes, they would. So we will help them get organized. And then, of course, the business forum that is scheduled for next week, February 25th and 26th, starting. It sounds like a mingle 6 to 7, officially starting at 7 o'clock at Riverfront. So just want to point those out. We did have our event venue meeting that we've been talking about. And had attendance by all of the venues that do not have a package deal. And I think it was good meeting, and they did come up very quickly with the 14 top vendors they all use. So we are our finance director, she's not on issue today. The finance director is able to start our preliminary kind of audit and research on their main vendors that they say they use almost all the time. So that should be the first step here. At first blush, she was only 5 of them are listed by the name they use on the site. So she is now working with the state. She's already been in touch with them to find either they're doing business as name or their sales tax ID number to be able to see of the 14, what's their current compliance. We put in the plans for the building code adoption, so you guys could see that the contractor open house is scheduled for March 5th. You may have noticed 2 new automobile sized wayfinding signs at the entrance to town by the quilt store and out by Apple Valley. So we'd like to hear your feedback on those. And then sales, the electric equipment has come in. I thought that was a fun picture. Those guys are getting their training and they have come up with a bank to charge. That was one of our biggest concerns as all this electrification happens. How do we safely charge all this equipment so that it's not all running out simultaneously and that we're not overdoing any circuits in our buildings? And they have, the vendor that sold this has a mechanism, so that made us feel much better. So we'll be ordering that as part of this budgeted amount. Sales tax revenue, the finance director did put her update in there. As you can see now, we have the end of February sales are now reported in, or December sales are now reported in February. You'll see that December sales compared to last year are 3.5%, or 3.8% lower than last year. However, year to date sales tax revenue is 3.54 higher than 2024. One of the other trends we noted this month is that the 2025, as you know, we do local, non-local. There was a bigger jump than other months in regard to non-local. We usually write that off to the holidays and people ordering in the months of, November, December. We currently still have one business that is 1 month behind on their sales tax payment. That's a good news, bad news. They were 2 months, so now they're 1. So they did catch up a little bit. She continues to monitor that very closely with the state. And then marijuana sales tax information. You will see that 2025 was lower than the last 2 years overall. And that's a trend we continue to see. And it's about quite $3,000 less than last year on that. Any questions there or comments that people have on? Trustee Gachi?
Yes, I wanted to say yay for electrification and yay to wayfinding being tangible. To have actual signs out there. It's exciting to see projects I've been working on for a couple of years actually come to fruition. That's awesome. That's great. And something tangible that we can see as we're driving now.
Yeah.
Two quick things on vendor sales tax. I'm sympathetic to the idea that we can't check everyone all the time and there are limited resources in the town. I would suggest that we at least make a wave at having a sampling system so that people who know that they're smaller recognize that they may or may not get audited.
Yeah.
But rather than just write that off, I would say let's make a show of saying that we'll check everyone every once in a while.
Absolutely. I think that is their intent fully. It's just with the venues. We wanted to start with their major vendors. They're all very much aware that we or the state will be sampling them as well.
Love it.
Yeah, it was a good presentation we had. Cassie was able to show that her report for last month was 2,100 line items. That's how many businesses are reporting sales tax that people are using online and locally. And unless you know their incorporated name, it's really, there are so many. She could easily just pick one.
Anyway, one of the things that we might ultimately ask of the venue operators is that they collect the tax ID numbers.
Yeah, we have asked for that. And we had that discussion about just adding it very simply to their list. There's a little resistance to that right now, but not by all the groups. So we'll continue to fine tune this with them. Everyone's eager to find out of their 14. They're hopeful they are all reporting. That's our first step.
Nice. And on electric tools, I also support moving to electric. I use a lot of electric tools myself, but I would recommend that we be very cognizant of the fire risk with big piles of lithium batteries. And that we take whatever recommendations either the vendor or the fire district have
This,
pretty seriously.
yeah, this vendor, it is, a system that's, you don't have to increase the amps. Instead, it's something what did he call it? A rack they plug into that shares that load. And it has an automatic surge if something, goes awry, that shuts it down. So I
Well,
think.
there is a risk drawing power, but there's also a risk of just having a lithium battery.
Oh, sure,
Having a
sure.
concentration of lithium batteries is a thing.
Yeah, of course.
The vendor might have recommendations, or the fire district might have recommendations. We should check.
Well, if we decide to discuss with the board about pursuing a GoCo grant at Bone Park, we really think one of the selling points, if we could build a storage building there for all these electric tools and the golf cars and stuff to replace this brown building someday, would be that we make it as sustainable as possible, including some of those most up-to-date protections is probably a good selling point for GoCo as well.
Agreed.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you.
Trustee Browning?
Trying to remember, and I think I found the answer. I believe for next year's budget on sales tax, we assumed no increase in sales tax. Yeah. Trying to be conservative, but since 2 out of the last 3 months have been down from the prior year. Maybe sometime mid-year, if that trend continues, we may need to look at whether we should assume some small decrease in sales tax instead of assuming flat.
Sure, fair enough.
Something to keep in mind.
Yep. All right. And I did wanna, I know this is kind of off topic now, but Aaron referred to this, a picture in an article we found, so I'll get this to all of you in all of this research on the quarry. This is in 1959. That's when they set the cutter that required water on the cutter. That far back, 1959 is when they put that in. And so we keep finding these little tidbits of this puzzle. And so I can get you a copy of this if you'd like, but the museum got this back to me and said this was the only article they could find about the Sterling quarry in their search, was this one article about bringing in this new cutter. And the other research that is before it was Boone, it was Sterling. Before Sterling, this was the Brody quarry, which you hear a lot about in our history, the Brody quarry.
Oh, interesting.
So this was the Brody quarry before the Sterling. But yeah, this thing was placed in 59, and I think then the water was set in 61.
Right, I was- I thought that
63.
was in the packet,
Yeah, it took a little time to get the water approved into them.
Yeah, because there was a reference in one of those documents to a meter being set.
Yeah.
At the
Not
cutter.
Just ordered, but set,
Oh,
which
yeah.
raised the question of why would you set a meter if you didn't have water?
Mr. Boone remembers that meter. He said that they put in he remembers his dad telling him the pump house. He showed Aaron, approximately where that was, and that was because they were responsible to, make sure the pressure met their needs. The town wasn't gonna do that. The town actually set the meter, even though it was out of town. We set that meter. And then that letter where he said, you'll have to replace the meter.
New meter, yeah.
New meter, I'm sure it's because it was over 20 years of not running. And so if he was gonna hook up an 81 or whatever year that was, he's saying you're gonna put a new meter.
One way, real quick on it, the fact that if we confirm that there was water service there at one time, that is no longer there. We don't need to get into the details now, but that may trigger a whole different code section and analysis of whether there's still.
Sure.
Okay.
File that away for.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, all right, thank you very much. Attorney Dittman?
Thank you so much. Happy Mardi Gras, everyone. I don't have anything new particularly. The same state statutes, pieces of legislation that we talked about the last meeting are still up and brewing. I haven't seen any, at least in the newsletters, anything new that would be a particular concern to the board. There's a handful of telecom and broadband and utilities things I'm working on in the background, but nothing that has been introduced or risen to the level that I think you guys should be concerned about yet. So if you have any questions on the stuff we've talked about in the past, please let me know. But as of right now, there are no substantive updates.
Any questions for Attorney General? No. All right, thank you. Then let's please move on to ordinances and public hearings. The first reading of ordinance 1210. An ordinance of the town of Lawrence, Colorado, adopting the wildfire resiliency code. Who's taking that?
I am taking that one. I don't have a presentation for you tonight, just given that it's first reading, but just in summary, this is essentially adopting the state published wildfire resiliency code, except reformatted in a way that it can rest and live as codified within our Unicode online, so folks can find it. If you've kind of looked at it all, essentially the entirety of class 1 and class 2 apply to all of town of Lyons, and the way I wrote the code kind of dissolved that distinction, since there is no distinction for the town of Lyons. I have to take any questions for you on first reading. I think as a public hearing for the summer second.
Any questions for Planner Richie?
I'd just like to confirm that your current recommendation, subject to everyone's discussion at second reading, is that we not add retrofit requirements at this stage.
Yeah, there was significant discussion by the board over the past few years regarding retroactive requirements. This ordinance does not include any retroactive requirements at this time. Staff's opinion is that, there's going to be a learning curve with our contractors, with our building officials, with our building inspectors on some of the specifics on this code. That we would appreciate a little bit of time to get implemented. As well as just resources. I think we had discussed about retroactive could have an implication on the budget that we're not approved in the 2026 budget. Thank you for clarifying that.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I have a question about what you just said about the learning. My understanding of the prospective only WI code that the state has proposed, because that's all the WI code task force at the state could do. They couldn't go retroactive if they wanted to, legislature. If we adopt that as proposed, it's going to be prospective only.
Yes.
I think that there at one time, at one point, there were like 8 lots left on McConnell. I think 2 of them are being built on now. Is that right, Greg? So there's 6 lots left on McConnell. What learning curve will there be for contractors? 6 lots, and they're not even all being built that way. There's not going to be many contracts that are going to be subject to this code, right? Except for remodels.
Yeah, so I think it primarily would be related to remodels. So there's but generally the learning curve that I'm referring to talks about testing standards. There's no published list anywhere around which materials generally that exist in kind of, Home Depot and Lowe's are going to have these materials or these testing standards be kind of readily available and kind of agreed upon by the building officials that they're, yes, it meets this and no, it doesn't meet that. So I think the learning curve is more around not having a published list of specific product types, but also to that point, new roofs, if you're replacing more than 25% of your roof, you'll have to bring it up to a class A roof. I don't think that one will be as tricky. New decks, we do have, quite a few people that rebuild decks each year. They'll be subject to the code. Siding will be subject to the code. One I'm particularly not concerned, but I think elevated in my awareness is the requirements on fencing. So currently within the town of Lyons, we do not require a permit to replace your fence. And under this new code, any fence that is replaced that's within 8 feet of your structure needs to be material that would meet this code. So just an experience with other communities that will, I think, eliminate a lot of the contractors that have, vast majority of the fences are 1200 fences. So it's just a little bit of a learning curve in terms of communicating the code. Just one other note, it's not discussed in the packet, but we are working with Lyons Fire on the current code as drafted. Lyons Fire and the building department are developing a memorandum of understanding where the building department would oversee the code on day 1 of implementation. And then Lyons Fire, there are ongoing maintenance obligations that we do compliance checks over periods of time. And so Lyons Fire And again, we'll be presenting this to the board with the second reading. Lions Fire will take on kind of the obligation of the ongoing compliance of this code. They have not agreed to take on ongoing compliance as a retroactive code or anything above and beyond this code, so we're having those discussions as well.
What education, communications are planned to let Lyons residents know that if just this code perspective only code gets passed, if you do the following things, you will trigger this code. As I understand it, not 500 foot of actually remodel, but 500 foot of additional
Additional yeah.
Space.
Yeah.
I think that, and if people, I think people should be aware of that, that if somebody has in mind that they're gonna add on, 1,000 square feet to their house, if they don't get their permit request in before this takes effect, they're gonna be subject to this new code. And certainly the same thing on if it's gonna require fence replacement. Somebody might want to get their fence replaced in the next few months before it takes effect, because if we pass this on second reading, there's a 30-day delay, right? Before
The code would go into effect on July 1st. So we have to have the code implemented by July 1st. And I think so part of the reason for that is to do kind of any and all, including, reminders from friends and neighbors for you all, but that we do communications with emails, social media. We'll be talking about this code in the March 5th contractors meeting, so it's going to take an all hands on deck approach and kind of all channels approach to let folks know. I'm not as concerned about the new structures, getting the word out for that code, but I'm very concerned about existing structures and what happens when people miss the message that they're in permits.
Send out a list of bullet points. If you do these things at your house, it will trigger this code.
The fencing is gonna be, at least in my estimation, your principal driver of this stuff. All the fences in LVP are falling down, they're being replaced. I think chapter and verse to the HOA presidents or the boards is important. Don't get them, LVP, all of them, because they need to know. It's not effective July 1st, you're gonna put that fence within 8 feet of the house, and all your fences need to be behind. You're gonna have to talk about an alternative, but there's no suggested alternatives, it's just as non-combustible material, is that true?
It says vinyl is permitted, the state code did do and it allows vinyl, so to the degree the board would like to make it more restrictive, you can, that the base code allows vinyl.
I mean, vinyl's gonna burn one way or the other, it's not gonna ignite us quickly. Yeah, so I think that's gonna be our biggest driver, and I think at some point we also have to have a discussion, maybe not with this board, but with the new board, we have to talk about retroactive stuff that's realistic and accepted by the public.
Yeah, we haven't we haven't forgotten that topic, we're just getting the space code on the books.
I have asked the fire chief and his team to come on March 2nd with a short list of their suggested priorities. If we were either at this stage or more likely at a later stage that requires some retrofit. So we should hear from them what they really think is important.
Thank you for doing that.
Any other questions?
Just one comment. I'm just curious whether it makes sense to follow up on the contractor open house with open house with the presidents of the HOAs to talk about this these new plans. I'm just wondering, we were talking about how we should reach out to them so that they understand they can communicate to their HOAs. But
I think we can ask staff to do that like second reading if it passes. If there are no other questions, I would entertain a motion.
Move the adoption on first reading but
Don't get ahead of yourself.
Ordinance 1210.
ordinance 1210. An ordinance of Town of Lyons, Colorado, adopting the state of Colorado wildfire resilience.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Any additional comments?
Yes. I want to say that I'm disappointed that we are not in a position to go forward with at least a study and a limited number of retroactive measures at the same time that we're adopting this ordinance, perhaps. July 1st target date will give, kind of a deadline to get that before the board after public input. I would emphasize again that this perspective only code affects 6 to 8 new houses in mine, and assuming those are built with this code, that doesn't do much of anything to reduce fire risk in mine, Colorado. And yeah, over time, we'll catch a few fences that are being replaced, and we'll catch a few people that may want to add more than 500 square feet to their houses. I get that. But I don't want anybody to think that adopting this code sent to us by the state is prospective only is really going to accomplish much substantive in line with Colorado. To do that, you're going to have to get into some retroactive measures. How extensive? You need a lot of public input on that. The more you do, the more the potential resistance and blowback you get. But the need for a local targeted WI code that addresses our built-out status in Lyons was first identified by a prior fire task force in 2020, in early 2022. That's now more than 4 years ago, and we haven't done much locally. And I'm disappointed that hasn't happened. And I think this is a very high priority, and I want everybody to be aware that passing this particular code on first and second reading, in my opinion, doesn't get us where we need to go.
Thank you. I tend to agree with you there. I think this is the bare minimum that the state is requiring of us. And so we will do what the state requires. And look forward to more conversations. Anybody else?
Agreed.
Okay, I'll call for the vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
Okay, Clerk Vasquez, will you please read the consent agenda into the record?
Absolutely. Item 1 is Resolution 2026-10, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, approving the First Amendment to the stream flow study with the St. Vrain Left Hand Water Conservancy District. Yes, that's it. No, I think there was a different title. No, I think is that right? Okay. Item 2 is Resolution 2026-11, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, establishing expedited review policies for affordable housing projects. Item 3 are the, what is today? The February 2nd regular Board of Trustees meeting minutes. And item 4 are the February accounts payable.
Thank you very much. Is there a motion to pass the consent agenda?
I motion to approve the consent agenda.
For a second?
Sorry.
Okay. Anything anyone would like to remove?
Yes, the second item on fast track approval for. Yes.
Okay, thank you. And 2 is removed. Let's go to the consent as amended.
That motion passes unanimously.
Mr. Browning?
Yes, on item Q in this resolution, I have, first of all, no problem at all with the 90-day deadline and doing a fast track process. Complies with state incentives and requirements, and that's good to do. But I have some concerns about the wording here. The wording of section 2 in particular talks about a decision rendered on the application within 90 calendar days. It doesn't say 90 calendar days, but what? It also talks about putting the application on the next available agenda. It doesn't say whose agenda, BCDC or the Board of Trustees, and both of those under our processes get involved in reviewing development applications. And it also talks about putting them on the next available agenda once proper public notice has been posted. Well, I think there are 15-day minimum public notices for public hearings at both the PCDC and the Board of Trustees levels. And so it's not really posting that should be determining that. It's really when the notice period is passed. So I put all these in an email to town staff, and I don't know if the town staff has any recommended changes to the language or not, but I think the language needs some clarification.
Yeah, I don't disagree that the language doesn't accurately reflect the town of Lyon's development review process, but the resolution is a template resolution, just a little background. So the resolution is a template resolution provided by DOLA. DOLA suggests, and the only thing they verified when I sent the resolution back to them is that the application types that are subject to fast track review are accurately reflected in the resolution. So you'll see the major development plan, for example, variance, for example, building permits. The rest of the language is the DOLA approved language. I did not check. I wanted to hear from the board if the board desires, more specificity in this resolution as it relates to local process. And which is fine, we can do, we'll just have to get the language approved by DOLA. They would have to then kind of validate and double check all of that. But prior to DOLA acknowledging our Prop 123 fast track is compliant, this is one step in the process. I also have to submit documentation and examples that we actually have achieved this. So 402 Main, for example, we were well under the 90 days. 317 Evans, we did a development plan amendment that was well less than 90 days. So staff's confident we can do that. And they will actually validate, I think, more of our local process. This resolution also, I would say, doesn't override, the specifics in our code related to public notice and our local processes. So it's really just intended to be, kind of a broad resolution. So we could certainly tailor it if we feel like it's worth the time to do so.
I don't think it would take much time. I think we know what our processes are, and I think it's just clarifying some things. I think it could be done in very limited amount of time. And the template from DOLA doesn't mean we have to adopt it word for word if they send us. Otherwise, they're extending our local resolution. But I really think there are some uncertainties this is going to create if we don't tailor it to fit our local processes, which DOLA is not trying to change. And our processes can easily fit within the 90 days. So I think it would be better to clarify this to make sure it follows what we actually do with these applications.
Would there be any impact to timelines if the board were to add the level of detail that Trustee Browning was suggesting?
Because the timeline is really dictated by current processes that we have in our code. So again, this doesn't actually override or change anything in our code. This is really just a statement and an adoption of a policy by the board that they will facilitate staff and all of our boards and commissions processing these applications within that timeline.
What's the deadline for getting a fast track approval to DOLA?
Well, technically it's the end of the year. Based on the legislation, but if we get this resolution and the subsequent documentation in by June, the town is eligible for a no match $45,000 grant. So I would really like to try and get this in by June, but and staff can update the resolution. I think it's more just some of the back and forth with DOLA is this, worth kind of collectively folks' time. I don't think I don't think they'll have a problem with it. If we want to update it to tailor it, I just don't know that it materially changes the outcome.
Well, are there any, if there are no more questions for staff, I'll entertain a motion. I don't know what a motion and then a second and more discussion.
We can continue this to a date certain.
You can certainly make that motion.
I move that we can continue this until it's second meeting in February, that we continue this to the second meeting in March. In the meantime, present DOLA with language that would more accurately reflect what our local processes are, and then consider it again at that time.
I'll second that, but I want to hear staff's response to that.
A month feels like a reasonable amount of time to work with DOLA. So that would have been the March, not March 2nd, but the 16th.
Second Monday of March.
16th. March 15th.
Third Monday of March, excuse me.
March 16th.
Second meeting.
I am fine with that, but I would like us to be very specific about what language we are directing staff to take back to Roa at this meeting. So, because I just don't, if there's gonna be back and forth, then I would like to minimize the back and forth. And I would like to weigh in on the language, so, so the motion is to continue, the motion has been seconded. Would you like to suggest, before, sorry, Brandon, I'm getting a little caught up here. Should we vote on that motion to continue and then talk about amendments, Brandon?
I'd probably take our amendments first, then give direction, right, and then we can continue after that.
Okay,
Because once you continue, that ends kind of the item.
right, okay.
I put this in an email to staff last week, I guess, but I've got the language you can read. But
Yeah, yeah, please.
Here's the language I was suggesting. 4 paragraphs. 1, an application for an affordable housing project shall be placed on the first available PCDC agenda after required public notice periods have expired. Number 2, the PCDC shall take action on the application by such date as will allow the Board of Trustees to take final action on the application within the time period specified below, which would be the 90 days. Number 3, the application shall be considered by the Board of Trustees on its first available agenda after PCDC action has been completed and after any required public notice period has expired. Number 4, a final decision shall be rendered by the Board of Trustees within 90 days after a complete application has been received and required fees have been paid.
Generally, I think this is fine, I think this is probably why Dola leaves the language a little more vague. There are, within the rules for the implementation of the fast track, there's language regarding, what's the word they use, extensions, right? So there's other things that potentially we could take advantage of in the rules that wouldn't be captured in this. So again, I think that's why the fast track language that is not as specific as our local ordinance.
So you're saying that if we make the language too specific, we might be essentially opting out of opportunities that we maybe don't know about yet?
Well, again, I guess that's to the, what degree are we binding ourselves by the resolution? And I think that's where the, our codes development processes exist. And the Prop 123 fast track also has regulations that exist, right? And so one of those is the ability for either the town or the developer to request extensions, and those could occur at any point in the process here, so.
This doesn't address that. Place. This wouldn't get that done.
I don't know that it would or it wouldn't, I'm just saying, right, like, if we're trying to marry the two together, our local processes with the Prop 123 fast track requirements, I don't know that this includes all of it.
Just as a specific example, of what we're talking about here, under the local template language. You post notice of a meeting on the first day of a month. And the PCDC has its meeting scheduled on the 10th day of the month. You got to put it on that agenda, but your notice period hasn't passed yet. That's not the words.
It says next available agenda.
It says next available
It may not be
agenda.
available if you
No.
are required to post.
Read it carefully. It says read it next available agenda after it's posted. That's what it says. It doesn't say after the notice period is
But
passed.
it's not available if you haven't given proper notice.
It is because you have an agenda.
Are you?
Anyway, I just think it's best. Our local practices. Resolution. This the Dover's template language doesn't do that.
I don't disagree
Yeah,
that
I know.
it doesn't mirror. I think it's more intended to be general, and the public notice is required. And again, our local code still apply. I'm happy to amend it. I'm not trying to argue. I just, I think the resolution wasn't trying to reflect our local.
Right, and I can see, I could see why we would want to have the resolution reflect our local process, simply because there have been times in the past where there's been some confusion
about resolutions versus ordinances, and I can't think of any, none are coming to mind at the moment. But I think to the extent that we can be as clear as possible, it'll benefit us. And if at some point an opportunity shows up that's not reflected in this resolution, staff can bring it to the board.
Yeah, so I don't think I can, another example that comes to mind is a building permit is one of these ordinances or one of these fast track requirements, right? That doesn't have a role by the Board of Trustees. One of these is a variance. The Board of Trustees doesn't have a role in approval of variance. That's a Board of Adjustment. So again, I think that's why there's some ambiguity or not ambiguity, high level acknowledgement that we will intend, again, following our local processes shall be subject to and agree that we will do fast track. So to that point, I don't think we can use, if we'd like to add more specificity, we can, but I think it will require a much greater level of detail to accomplish, all of the different types of applications that are subject to fast track.
My motion was for second is to continue this until the second meeting in March and see if we can get Yola to sign off on this language between now and then.
Did we get a second on his amendment? Oh.
And I would just say, we talk about local control all the time, and here's an example of the state agency giving a template resolution that doesn't fit our local processes. We can do a resolution that does reflect our local processes. It's not going to interfere with the goal of what the bill is trying to do, which is 90-day fast track approval. This one specifically says that. So here's an example of when we should use our local control rather than letting Dover pass it and give us a template resolution. It doesn't affect our process.
I think also what we want to avoid is repeating our local code in a resolution. Because that also doesn't seem like it would be a wise use of time.
But we're not doing that.
Well, the vote is to continue. Does anyone else want to weigh in on this issue?
I'm not inclined to start a lot of back and forth with DOLA over what seems like a pro forma resolution. We all believe that fast track makes sense. We're on the record as liking fast track. We are committed to following DOLA's standards for fast track under our local structure. I wouldn't worry as much about trying to get the specifics into this resolution for my part.
Anybody else?
Yes, I worry about timeliness. If there's a $25,000 grant at risk and needing a deadline in June.
I'm suggesting a 30-day continue.
So as long as staff thinks we have time between March and June. Like we're not gonna miss that deadline, right?
No. I'd suggest adopting this in March.
Okay. Yeah, I'm fine with adopting in March. If it needs to include language that's more specific to our local process.
Trustee Hammer?
Not sure I have anything.
Trustee Lowell?
I think I'd like to see Mark's improvements in section 2.
And I seconded this motion, but I am actually going to vote no because our local codes and ordinances would supersede this agreement and allow the clarity. Unless that's not.
No, I think, again, if the motion passes with only these 4 points, just would want to get further direction from the board if I should include language around the other processes that are, subject to the fast track, including administrative processes and board of adjustments, again, which both of those would be required to do that. Alternatively, maybe instead of enumerating all of our specific processes, we just make it more clear that each of these is still subject to the processes that exist in our current ordinances, right? Something like that. know that that's not in there, but rather than trying to enumerate it all,
Be okay with that.
go back
Yeah,
to.
that
our
was gonna be
code.
my suggestion. Someone just says, we'll follow our code in terms of all, something that to that effect, in terms of all notice requirements.
My response to your question is, no, don't put all that stuff in there. Keep it simple. This addresses the substance of their draft resolution and basically it quickly conforms it to our code, but you don't need to get into all the other stuff. It's unnecessary.
So could we just add one line then that mentioned exactly what, kind of what you were saying about it, we will follow our own. Submission, as opposed to outlining everything in our code?
So I'll just, a few of the bullet points, whereas, I'm trying to think where this could fit in, right? So, Town of Lyons recognizes the following application types which require expedited review: major or minor development plan or plan amendment, conditional use permit, building permit, special review permit, and variance, and then potentially add an additional whereas that, that these expedited review types are still required to meet all of the, so that, I don't know if you could, if we could bring back language just related to that, just any process that's enumerated in our municipal code shall be followed.
Yeah, nothing in herein shall supersede the requirements of Lyons Municipal Code with regard to noticing or process, like something like that.
You still have uncertainties. 90 days, within 90 days of what? Request of a building permit?
An application.
It doesn't say.
Why don't we work on it?
The resolution doesn't say.
Can we pass this on first reading and consider?
Yeah, I mean, also the whereas clause is not binding too. If so, I mean, sure, I agree we should clarify it if we can, but if Dole's gonna throw a big fit about it, it's not legally binding on the town.
Yeah, I'm not worried about this maybe making a difference on this. I really don't see what the deal is to put it off for what a big deal it is, put it off for 30 days, get it out with some language that clearly reflects what our processes are, that clearly says we're gonna act within 90 days and see if they'll approve. I don't really see why that is such a deal. If they say, no, we want everything to be the same statewide, then we can deal with that. We'll pass it.
Well, Trustee Browning, I agree with you, and I would also like to have a line that says that this does not supersede our code.
That's fine.
That would be. Okay, so the motion is to continue until what's the date again? March 2nd?
March 16th.
March.
16 to 16. Okay. Any further discussion? Call for the vote.
And the motion passes unanimously.
All right. It is my great pleasure to appoint Neil Sullivan to the Economic Vitality Commission. And he's going to be a wonderful addition to that commission as a local business owner. And I look forward to his contribution, and Suzanne Wiley to the Historic Preservation Commission. So thanks to Neil and Suzanne for stepping in. Okay, on to general business discussion direction on dog waste composting. We've all been waiting for this moment. Hopefully Eva's watching.
He was on earlier. Yep, she's on.
Oh, great. So we had a workshop earlier in the evening that proposed a pilot program for dog waste composting. At the dog, I should thank you very much, to be clear, at the dog park only, not within all town limits. The presentation was great. I thought it had a lot of great detail, a lot of great cost analysis. And what would the board like to do? Trustee Darcy?
Yep, I'd like to move forward with this pilot program. I like how she did the cost analysis of what we're paying now. I'm just trying to find those numbers again. I think it was like 2,000 more, yeah, for the 6 month. I agree that starting in April, and I think it was ending in September, October, gave us time for high season, low season. I really like the communication and education strategy, especially over Earth Week. I love the suggestion of using our code compliance officer to, possibly set up some sort of booth at the entrance of the dog park to not only encourage or incentivize or educate residents around the licensing of their dogs and where that money goes and how it will help offset this kind of program. I think it would be really great for us, just like we did with the golf cars and incentivizing people to register for golf cars. I think it would be great for us to set a goal. If we only have 90 dogs registered so far, I think we could easily reach 100. The fact that when we first started the golf cart program, we were at 40 and then we're over 100. That tells you something right there. So I think, again, it comes down to education and communication and having somebody right there at the dog park as people are entering, to educate people. I think the more dogs we can have registered will offset the program. I think composting is the way to go. I don't know many people in my network that would be against such an idea. I know a lot of people are already composting their food waste. So I think it would be the responsible thing to be composting our dog waste as well. I'm shocked that we only have 90 dogs licensed when there are maybe 3,000 serviced at the Lions Vet Clinic. So I would love to increase that number. I would love to educate people, and I would also like them to understand where those license fees go and how they will be funding us. I think this is a great project to support, and I would love to see it be successful and possibly look at continuing it in the future.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yeah, I support this. I think, with a little more gentle enforcement of the dog licensing, the program like this can pay for itself for the dog license fees. I feel a little guilty myself every time I clean up the yard and take this giant pile of poop and throw it in the garbage. I've seen it. So, yeah, I think this is a great pilot program. I'd like to see it take off. Maybe have it for the entire year. I don't think the cost is that great, and as I said, are we sure that the code compliance officer can enforce the dog license?
The licensing party can, he can't enforce the, he's not involved with animal control issues. The licensing is ours.
Practically, it will be difficult, right? Do folks have the tags on? How do they prove if we regulate and restrict to Lions residents only? Like, there's a lot of
It's
practical.
supposed to be anyone that uses the dog park is licensed.
Yeah.
So you have to be at the dog. park.
Yeah.
So best judgment on that.
Yeah, sure.
It'll be
It
just-
says that your dog has to be licensed, which
Yeah.
means that it's got its rating.
That's all it means.
Yeah, I think it's just probably, it's gonna have to be, a mix of education and it's.
Oh, yeah.
And the student advisory commission, sign up for this, so. we can
To
use
help count dogs.
school kids for that, although it could be a problem going into the summer because they don't meet over the summer. So we need to get them on board before.
Before they graduate.
Most of our education really needs to be in March because the discounted dog days is April.
Okay.
So if a dog owner was stopped by students to say, hey, just wanna, is your dog licensed and whatever, that's probably gonna come better than from.
From the staff's perspective, what do you think is the impediment to people registering a dog? Is it the cost?
I think I think we get what, probably 90% during April
Oh, yeah.
because it's half price.
90% of 90.
Yeah, well, 90% of 90,
Right.
but that's more than double last year from some education. So I think the impediment is, first of all, people don't understand why. Why do I need to do this? And I don't know if it's just the inconvenient to come to town hall, but we can do it online. There's lots of ways to do it.
I can confess in a way that might explain why it's difficult. I mean, for me, I was an adherent for a year, and then I was a reluctant adherent for a second year, and then third and fourth and fifth and 10th year, it started to get old. And the same for business licenses each year and a park pass each year. It just feels as if doing a lot of things every year starts to get to be an impediment. And each one is a reasonable expectation. and each one is a program I support, but I do get more lax as the years go on and the number of annual requirements build up.
So did you think the impediment is to go to town hall and physically get to town?
I was just remembering and feeling like, oh, I gotta do it again. And I'm gonna do this one in January, and I'm gonna do this one in April, and I'm gonna do this one.
I'll check your car registration.
I want to reel us back here to talk about dog waste, and we can talk about licensing in general
Sure.
in the future. So you are a yes, trustee Hamrick?
Yeah, no, I'm very supportive. Great idea. Yes. And hopefully they'll grow beyond just the dog park across town. Hopefully private residents will make, jump on the programs.
Trustee Browning?
I'm fine with this.
Okay.
I'm fine with it as a pilot. I do have some reservations that I hope will get worked out in the pilot or after. One is I do worry about students enforcing rules. I think it might be nice to be asked by a student, but I can also see people bristling at a question about whether their dog's properly licensed. And that might not go well for somebody who's in middle school or high school.
Oh, would be high school for sure. What about just handing a brochure?
I think anyone who's in an enforcement capacity is going to get a little bit of grief from time to time, and they need to be prepared for that, and we should just see how that goes. I also think a lot of people aren't easily trained, and that's evidenced by how many of these piles we just see laying around, or tags we see laying around. So there are a couple things I learned today, for example, the difference between biodegradable and compostable. So there are easily trainable distinctions that hopefully people will pick up, that will be able to educate the whole community on, but I'm curious to see how easily trainable everyone is on all of the things that will matter. And then the third concern I have is I don't think it will be easily expanded from dog park to the rest of the town. This idea of having lots of these dog waste stations around town and somehow collecting them and taking them to the dog park. It would be great if that works, but sounds like it might turn out to be complicated. So I'm for the pilot, I'll vote for it. I'd like to make sure that the pilot tests some things that might turn out to be difficult.
And I agree. I want to hear what staff concerns might be, but in general, I am supportive of this. I would like to see also whether there is a sustainability grant that could be available to meet costs. So are there staff concerns about this that you'd like to make the board aware of?
Is Dave Oswald back on?
No.
No, he had a EAB meeting tonight and was gonna rejoin us. I think we share some of the same concerns you do. But once you hear that the company is going to do the sorting on whether something's contaminated or there's the wrong bag is reassuring.
Yeah.
I think we can work out the logistics. I think in general, Dave was at the PRC meeting where this was discussed, and in general is supportive of trying a pilot program if the board is willing, to budget for it if we can absorb it.
Great, so it sounds like you have your direction.
Okay.
Look
And
forward to.
we'll work out some of those other things, working with Ava.
Great, congratulations, Ava. And if you could just keep the board posted on the progress.
Sure.
That would be great. Well done, PRC.
Mayor, could I make one more comment?
Thank you.
Could we just ask that as part of the pilot, one of the considerations, one of the criteria for success is that it creates less work for park employees and town employees? If it turns out that it is more effort, we should know that. If it turns out that it's less effort, we should be encouraged by that.
Thank you very much. Okay, so then let's move on to the second general business item, which I don't think will be quite as easy. Discussion direction on maximum size of the ADUs. So we had a workshop about this earlier this evening, staff suggested discussing the maximum size of ADUs in, different circumstances. And the question before the board is, do we want to set a maximum ADU size? I think we do. What should they be, and should that size apply to all ADUs regardless of the size of the lot or the size of the principal dwelling?
If
Would
it's
you like to add?
helpful,
Yeah.
yeah, if it's helpful, I have. Kind of the different discussion. Points, I could also pull up the criteria for a conditional use review. It feels to me like you kind of have, conditional review is very much neighborhood context based. The requirements are pretty subjective, so when you start thinking about what it means, what is compatibility. But it does provide, that opportunity for an analysis of each kind of area, wherever it's going to be, the opportunity for public input and comment. And again, then I think we could have 3 different categories for different sizes, or potentially if we're mirroring, the language in our existing ordinance, which is also up on screen.
Are there any questions for staff?
If we focus this conversation on ADUs of 800 square feet or less, and on the universe of ADUs that we want to be subject to the state rules that make them, that give them maximum leniency, is there a mechanism for people to come to us with proposals that are greater than 800 square feet, that go through a different process, maybe called something completely different, but that might be allowable on a standard line size lot?
Yes, and again, I think that's where I would want the board to define maybe what the impact is that you'd like to review against, right, for those largers.
But if we don't do that, is there an existing process with whatever objectives and criteria might already apply to it?
So just thinking out loud, we have our development plan process, which has, that's typically for commercial property. I don't think we're going to do that here. We have our variance, so it could be, that I don't think a variance is appropriate. Variance is usually kind of triggered on a hardship or unique circumstance. So I don't think a variance is really, kind of the way to go. We do have our conditional use process again, and I'm happy to pull up that criteria that requires public hearings in front of PCTC and the board. And the criteria again is really context specific. Is it going to create negative impacts for the neighborhood? Is it compatible with the surrounding area? Things like that. What do we do for stickers? That's just a building permit and a variance.
I think of the existing processes, conditional use is probably the closest. I mean, I'm reading through it right now. Some of it's not going to apply, right? It just doesn't make any sense for this, but it's probably the closest.
Yeah, I guess that what I would be curious about is the criteria, right? So what is the criteria? If you want to set up a process, is it our conditional? I think the processes are all pretty similar. Who's the decision-making body?
Yeah.
And then what is the criteria by which you're making your decision?
Do you want me to pull up the criteria for
Yeah,
conditional use?
That would be helpful.
Trustee Williams, would you like to see the criteria?
Until the state mandated changes last year, all AD were the conditional use process, right? That was one process.
Some of them, I don't think all of them.
Well,
You'll change it locally.
we changed it locally to make ADUs.
A use by right.
A use by
Before the
right.
state did it.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some still needed it, but it was a mix, depending on the size of the lot, things like that. So conditional use, Brandon, are you able to make that a little bit?
I'm
I
trying to
know
figure out a
you're
way.
making a very involved answer to what I meant to be a fairly simple question,
Okay.
a narrow question at least. If we're silent on large ADUs, is there a way for people already to come to us with an idea for a large ADU that would get proper review, proper consideration, aside from what we did today for smaller 800 and less ADUs that we want to, for which we want to respect the state requirements?
So, I mean,
Sounds like there
yeah,
isn't
I think there is.
No, for right now, there's not. I mean, unless the only exception to that is if you had, let's say, a 900 square foot house and you wanted to build a 1100 square foot ADU, then you could get a variance for that potentially. But if you had a 2000 square foot house, you wanted a 2000 square foot ADU, I think according to the express terms of the current code, you could do that
Without any review.
without any further approval, so long as it met every other requirement of the code. Now, you may have problems with that, right? But assuming all the you met, the minimum lot size and everything else, I mean, there's a world in which you can do that without any further approval.
Thank you.
Can you see the conditional use criteria now? Or I try to make it bigger, but
It's pretty small.
Can you minimize the left-hand column? Will that go away?
Yeah, there you go.
oh
that's
yeah,
better.
there we go. That
I'd just like to add some data to the conversation because Trustee Hamrick has a really great list here, a really great inventory of the size of structures and lines. And I was surprised to hear, you mentioned earlier, 18 ADUs under 800 square feet. They're between 480 and 800 square feet. But really what surprised me was the number of ADUs between 800 and 1000 square feet.
Single family structure.
Single family homes. And you said that was more like 90.
Yeah.
So there's a big difference here between what we're talking about, I guess. So one, data I think is important, but also what our goal is.
And just to add to that, on lot size, standard lot size 7K up in north, Old Main. So 800 plus residents in town, 200 of those are less than 7K or less. The remaining 600 are above that. It gives you an idea of lot size, So if we get into the discussion.
Where does the 7,000 fit in? Because that's the criteria for a lot of the subdivisions.
No, I know.
So,
So
what about 7,000 and below versus above 7,000?
200 or below 700,000 and 600 or above 7. But this is the data that,
And I haven't seen your list, but when I pulled the lot sizes of all the properties zoned R1. I got 24% of them and it was in the hundreds were less than 7,000 square feet.
That's 20%.
There's not 600 houses on lots that are above 7,000 square feet in lots. There's no more.
telling you what to do.
Well, I think we have 900 dwelling units, so that might not be too far off.
I'll send you the spreadsheet.
Yeah.
Well, so in order to kind of simplify matters and move us along here a little bit. What I'm hearing, I think, is a request to find a way to have a review of ADUs that are over 800 square feet to make sure they fit in with the neighborhood, that they're serving a purpose. So what I would propose is that on ADUs under 800 square feet, that it's still administrative. On ADUs that are either over 800 square feet. Actually, no, that's at ADUs over 800 square feet are subject to conditions.
For all 3 types of ADUs?
Yeah, I think basement ADUs should just be as big as they can be.
Okay. So basement ADUs, the language can remain the same.
Yep.
A very important criteria factor though is utility fee waivers and water rights waivers. If 800 square foot or less ADUs have the blanket waiver of tap fees and water right that we put in place after the flood encourage ADUs. And they're approved as a matter of right through the administrative process. That's fine, and that'll be most of the ADUs. If you, for ADUs over 800 square feet, if you not only have them go through a conditional use or some other review process, but do not make the waiver of the water tap fees and the water rights and the sewer fees too, for that matter, automatic. In other words, that's something that the board would have to consider discretionarily whether to grant that or not, or waiver the property. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I'm okay with that too, and I would think as part of the process, it would go to the UEB.
We would be
For
listed
referral.
under
You might
conditional
want their-
use.
Yeah,
They,
Yeah.
they would get a referral on the other thing.
yeah.
Because that's been a key since day one, since post-flood changes, is that 800 square feet was done contemporaneously with, we're gonna waive the water tap fees and the water rights. Because before that, those things were required and nobody was building ADUs. That's the key. So if somebody wants to build a 2,000 square foot ADU, it's not the same thing as building 700 square foot one that's for utilities. And my personal opinion is, just as we didn't see any until we waived those fees, that you'll see very few, if any, large, they even call them ADUs, large second dwelling units on properties if they're not assured that the tap fees and the water rights are going to be waived.
Detached duplex, yes.
Details, so I'm fine with, it's not, I think that should be the key deciding when 800 square foot or less. As of right, the administrative process, we automatically, as we have been since 2016, waive the tap fees and the water rights. But above that, it's going to be discretionary, and we have to go through and approve the process.
Trustee Johnson?
Can I make a motion that we call those structures less than 800 square feet backyard cottages as opposed to ADUs?
I have a problem with that.
No.
I think at this point, most people understand what an ADU is. It's been talked about.
I think there's internal, town hall, local government language, and there's external marketing language. That might be an external marketing language.
Okay.
Way to think. about
Okay, so when we educate the public, we could talk to them.
it. Yeah, we're far from that. Let's stay.
And for example, the building that's going up at on Bloomfield Alley and Fifth right now, would you call that about correct?
I have it. Okay, we're moving on from the, and we're moving on from terminology. Sorry. What does everyone else think about the conditional review for over 800 square feet?
Including the utility fee review.
Including a utility fee review.
I agree. I think it's a great idea. The one connection that I often make in my mind is that we're waiving some of those fees because we are required to run utilities through the primary dwelling. So there is actually only one connection to town for all of those utilities. Would we allow, or could we, under conditional review, allow for separate connections if UEB or town staff or the trustees believe that it makes sense in a particular case?
Probably good, but I bet you won't get many requests, because when you do that, you're gonna have $27,500 worth of tap fees and probably water rights.
Well, there could be reasons that people might want to do it, and they might be reasons we support, or they might be reasons that we're not crazy about.
Well, the board could entertain whatever the board would like to entertain.
Yeah.
So,
Well, the reason I raise it is that if we're taking away the right to free use of the utilities, but we are still restricting people's ability to connect to the town, then there's this little bit of cognitive dissonance between the two. And maybe we're good with that. One practical difference that it makes, I think, is that there may be people who build ADUs believing that at some point in their lives, they may consider taking them condo. And it's very hard to do that if all your utilities go through a primary dwelling. It's a little easier if you do it, if you allow people to run utilities.
I guess I just had a few questions. So is the utility review kind of a discretionary review? I would almost, before we get too much, I might suggest that we send this to UEB before we maybe finalize. I'm hearing two different concerns. I think that the board is interested in trying to minimize. One is impact on town utilities. And then the second is impact on neighborhood character. Are those kind of the two concerns that you all are trying to balance?
Probably that's affordability.
Yeah.
We discussed it. You're gonna rent out a 1,500 square foot second dwelling unit for one more than you're gonna rent out a 700 square foot.
So how do we?
That was a big factor all along.
How do we
the smaller units. I think is what we're trying to get at, and, the utilities, I think that we're not looking to set utility policy right now, we're just looking to come to agreement on when the UDB should consider.
That one of the steps of conditional review is
Is
to
to
just,
issue
is to go the referral on the UDB.
And I guess that's where, like, do we want criteria in their decision-making process that's set by the board, right? Because I think that's where kind of, what basis are these decisions being made?
Yeah,
That's, I think
we're
that
not quite there yet.
Okay, go ahead, Brandon.
Me too.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a way you could do this, and we've done this for other things too, where you could say all applicable criteria, the conditional use criteria, one of which is, impact on utilities. And, considering, whether additional taps and water dedications are required as an additional criteria on top of those.
Yeah, I think part of that decision making needs to be the size of the lots, because if there's potential that lot to be subdivided later, we don't want it going through the primary.
If it's a conditional use, though, I mean, you can do that, right? I mean, conditional use can be anything, basically.
Where if it was
Yeah.
not a small enough lot, it could not be subdivided, you could probably go through.
Yeah.
Even if it's a larger structure. But to me, that's kind of like that idea of condominium, as I can never say that word.
Condominiumization, yeah.
And we've been through that process.
Or subdivision.
Yeah, let's
we
not
could-
bring that
yeah.
up.
That was.
I'd rather not talk about that.
They wanted to condo it and now we have two separate owners and they only have one tap.
To your point on incentivizing, Mayor, I think that, again, the fire sprinklers exemption is a built-in incentives. I do think that additional impact fees related to like the school, fair share, or a tap, right? Like you could, rather than, but again, you could layer all of these on here, or you could layer one of them on there, and I think some of them are incentives, or you can require affordability. Trustee Brennan?
You mentioned with the fire sprinkler waiver apply only to 800 square foot
And less.
or less. So if you're gonna do a bigger one, the fire sprinkler waiver doesn't necessarily apply.
Because I think the basis for that is the
Yeah.
unit is smaller, therefore you spread it out, right? So you start building bigger units, you should have fire sprinklers.
And my feeling on impact fees, are that any property owner who decides to build an additional, let's, for the sake of argument, say 2,000 square foot dwelling unit on their property taxes are going to go way up because they will be adding an incredible amount of value to their property. I'm not a fan of exploring impact fees, and in terms of affordability, that's the goal that we're all trying to get to, right? And I'm not sure that it is the function of staff to verify income and put agreements in place with property owners who may not honor those agreements and police those agreements.
Right.
And so I would rather see natural affordability with smaller units.
So can we get back?
Yes. Well, I think, so what we're talking about right now, Trustee Lowell, is are we interested in a conditional review of ADU applications that are over 800 square feet?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Everybody's okay with
Yeah.
Yes.
So, and through that process, it gets a referral to UEB, we talk about utilities, so no additional code changes, just the process change to require a conditional use for ADUs. Detached ADUs?
Yeah.
Greater than 800 square feet.
Yes. Basement ADUs are still used by right.
And they may be over 800.
They may be over 800.
Easily.
That's fine.
And then for the ones less than 800, we're gonna put the language back in the code. Those are.
Why detached only?
That's the maximum size limit if utilities have been waived and so forth. That's missing from the code right there. Right now, there's nothing to prohibit people building.
Well, I guess I heard different consensus on that through the conditional use process, we would
can be
consider
permitted,
the
yeah.
extra fees for utilities.
Yeah.
We also need to get the code that utility waivers are right. Why only to 800 square foot or less?
Just to make it
That's not in the
Yeah.
code right now.
explicitly
Yeah.
there. Okay. Sorry, your question?
Why are we only talking about detached?
So again, I think the
Just
basements are clear, exempt. Detached conditional use, what about maybe a space above a garage that's attached to a principal structure, limit those to 800 square feet, if it's. I guess the question is do you wanna, like, if it's contained within the existing structure, if it's one structure? Do you wanna limit those to 800?
It should, yeah, well, an ADU currently is not described just as a basement, it could be the upstairs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What she's saying is it's an attached garage and they want to do it above the garage, is that considered an attached like a basement or?
It's a good distinction, trustee Williams.
Broach this subject before?
If it's, I don't remember discussing it, but it seems kind of obvious
Well,
that
they
if it is
usually been
attached
less
to
than
the
800.
principal dwelling, then it is attached. If it's detached from the principal dwelling, then it's detached.
Why are we drawing a distinction between attached and detached? It's the implication of labeling something attached.
So in the way, really
Utilities.
setbacks and then. The exemption for fire sprinklers, and because if you're internal. In an existing structure, you can connect your smoke alarms, right? So you don't have, if it's a non-sprinklered structure, you don't have to do that. So we have distinctions in the way we've amended the building code.
And it was also about utilities. That.
So
that's
700-foot detached ADU. Sprinklers.
Does not require sprinklers.
So a 700-foot attached ADU doesn't require sprinklers?
But 1,000 square foot AD attached would also not require sprinklers if it's internal to an existing structure that exists today.
But if it's detached, we would.
If it's detached, we would. So there's some distinctions in when fire sprinklers and fire separation and things like that. So it's more of that's the only practical difference I can think about in our code.
Also, the distinction impacting on the neighborhood. In an existing building, it has no impact on the surrounding neighborhood, but if you do a detached building.
Unless it's an addition to an existing structure.
It impacts.
There's a lot of different permutations for where this.
It impacts parking, but it doesn't impact station when it fits in.
Yeah.
Well, so many.
We just want more ADUs, and we want them to be affordable.
Do we need, are you ready to make a motion or do we need to add this to another workshop?
I don't think we need another workshop. If you don't mind, what we need is the code to be revised based on direction.
I do agree, though, that trustee Williams has identified potentially some area in our code that's not super clear, right? So if we explicitly say, do we need to say just basements are exempt and then every other ADU should be less than 800 square feet? Or if it's an addition to an existing structure? So I guess basements I feel like is distinct. But if it's contained within the existing structure, either new or addition, not in a basement, do you want to cap that?
I personally don't.
Well, wouldn't you cap it to the size of the original structure though? Like if it is above a garage, wouldn't you cap it to the size of the garage, so it's not like.
So if it's a 4-car garage and it's more than 800.
I think you still want to cap it at 800 for affordability and utility reasons,
But not basements.
not basements.
I agree. I think the ones by right get capped at 800, no matter where they live, with the exception of the basement.
Yeah.
And for over 800, anything gets considered, but everything is on the table. They may have to pay tap fees. And they also may be allowed to run their utilities separately, connect separately.
And then they have to.
And they may have to do so. Absolutely.
Thank you for clarifying.
That's personally.
I do, yeah, between us and the documentation.
Okay.
Rest okay with us drafting that to bring?
Yes.
Yes.
We'll
Forward.
send it to the PCDC and then back to the board, so I don't know that we will get that back to the PCDC. But we've missed the notice for that.
March 9th.
So we
We could probably get it to you on April 6th.
Okay.
Would that be? So a change to the ordinance, would that be first reading?
Yeah.
And then
First reading
second
would be
reading
the
would be on the
first.
20th?
It's on the
For
16th.
this board to pass.
Okay, well, to our best.
Remember, public hearing at your last transition.
That's what I would have.
We should also discuss on this too. We'll get it on their agenda between now and then.
Yeah, I'll have to go to referral. too.
Isn't the BOT meeting on April sixth?
Yeah.
So the next PCDC would be the 13th.
No, we've got to look at March.
March is already booked. There's not enough time. It'd be April 13th and 27th.
Well, then we could still get it,
And if this.
we
is-
should.
It has to go to PCDC before the BOT, so.
Just let us know, and if it turns out that it's not this board that passes this.
It's just complex.
We should do it.
It is, I agree, we should do it if.
We will make our best effort to get it back to you.
Okay, thank you, appreciate that.
Yep.
All right, let's, excuse me, move on to trustee reports, trustee Gamma.
SFC did not work.
Trustee Dottie?
Yes, the Arts and Humanities Commission met on the 10th of February, and Mariah was there to talk about an event that she would like to organize to educate residents about pollinators on June 6th. She also mentioned that Marcus will begin on Mother's Day at Sandstone. Yay. And then Phi was there. We had some audience business. You might remember him from when we were looking for a new trustee. We interviewed him. He spoke about the need to support emerging artists. And actually, we had a representative there from Lions Creative District, Jeannie Moore, who said that this was actually part of their focus. So at least they recognize that need, and they're hoping to onboard somebody at the end of this month, or at least announce somebody as the new OEM at the end of the month. And so hopefully they can get moving on that. And then the Order to Art Show will take place April 15th. The Hearts of Lions Public Sculpture Project received 35 submissions. There is funding for about 8 to 10 of those sculptures to be put in place this year. The municipal flag, thank you everybody for participating in that. It looks like we are looking at 3 different locations where it will be displayed. One would be Town Hall, one would be the Visitor Center, and one would be the Marquee. I guess my question to the Board of Trustees would be, this Board of Trustees would be to know whether we want to celebrate the installation of the new flag as this board, or does it matter? I guess, because I don't know if it's possible between April 20th or not, but it would be good to know if that's important to us. Next, the Visitor Center has a $22,000 grant for remodel, which may include a perennial garden and murals. It sounds like Earth Day will take place at Golden Park on the 25th. And as for the Student Advisory Commission, I was wondering if Trustee Lowe, there was an update to this during the update. Because I missed that one.
Okay, thank you, trustee Lowe.
Yeah, Parks and Rec met on February 9th. The majority of that meeting was taken up helping Eva refine her presentation that you saw tonight. Dark Sky, that event is either going to be August 14th or 15th. I haven't settled on a date yet. Glenn Delman indicated that the new trees are going to be planted on the orchard on April 25th. There's going to be an announcement that's going to be a public event. So then I had the pleasure of sitting on for trustee Gabbing with the Student Advisory Commission. These are smart kids, they're a lot smarter than I was seeing. Some nice kids. He was mature, very well spoken. We talked about a number of things. They are going to get in touch with the Sustainable Futures Commission to work on Earth Week events. I had recruited them for helping out with the dog waste program, the pilot program, just in an educational sense, not just passing out flyers to people when they enter the dog park. They may be, there's a call for Lucky Lions Road Race volunteers. I passed that along to them. There was a discussion about graffiti, and there was a suggestion that, and we've heard this before when the skate park was put up, that there be a designated spot within Lions for the graffiti artists. And I frankly told them that we were going to discuss that before. It's gonna take a lot of traction to get something like that off the ground, a lot of discussion here among the boards and with the Parks and Rec Commission, Parks and Rec Department.
Trustee Lowell, I missed the second of that. Were they suggesting that the skate park be that
No,
location?
what I told them was that when Team Payne first put up the skate park or came forward with a proposal, they had also suggested that because graffiti is a part of the skateboard culture, that we have a wall designated somewhere for the graffiti artists. And that was rejected. I don't know the exact reasons for it. It probably was cost. But the students were suggesting that that might be one answer to this problem with graffiti in town. Although they understand that a lot of this graffiti that's being put up isn't necessarily from kids they know in high school. There's some other town kids that they suspect do it as well. So we'll perhaps we'll put that up as a subject again. That's all I have.
Thank you. Trustee Browning?
You see that on February the 4th, they were advised by Director Kaplan that the 30% design for the wastewater treatment facility is expected to be done by the end of the month. It's making progress there. There's a lot of discussion of means plans to be carbon neutral by the year 2050. Various elements of that get pretty complicated on various types of energy, but the meaning is making progress in that direction. And of course, Lions buys 100% green energy from Maine already. And then there was a brief discussion of the utility undergrounding project up on Miley Street, up there. And there's an issue there that needs some thought, and it's not an easy one to solve. And it's happening before on commercial projects downtown, which is if you get every property owner in a block, either commercial or residential, that agrees to underground their utilities and pay for the connecting line, which is a big issue. The main lines, the town pays for the connecting line, and the main line, the residents have to pay for it. But one person or one business on a block says either I can't afford it or I don't want to do it. The problem that presents is you've got to keep an overhead electric line in place to serve that one house. And so are there ways to work around that problem, such as the town may be fronting the cost if it's an affordability thing for a business or a homeowner, and recovering that cost over a period of time from utility bills? That may not be an answer either, but that is an issue because we budget $100,000 a year for electric undergrounding. But if there's one holdout in any block, either because they can't afford it or because they don't want to do it, we're not gonna make much progress. So that's an issue that needs attention.
Excuse me, Mark, is that is the issue on Mealy Street resolved with the one holdout?
It's being still working on it.
The pole's still there.
At this moment.
For one house.
For one house.
Yep, so it kind of defeats the purpose of making it happen, but.
Yeah.
And we've started talking with the attorney about, are there other options when, when other large electric companies face this, they're not gonna hold out for one person if it's better for the system. We talked about, is it possible to add it to their utility bill and let them pay it over time? Is there, could we tap into the revolving loan fund, though that's meant for businesses and isn't decided by us? But what?
Yeah. I mean, I will tell you that this is a problem with large utilities too. It's a problem that happens with Excel, with my other clients that are Excel customers all the time. And usually what ends up happening is, City of Aurora or whoever ends up having to pay for the customer lines because the customers won't do it. Excel will never pay that price. It said if you want underground, you have to figure out a way to pay for it.
Well, and we don't want to set a precedent that people don't, if they don't pay, they don't pay for it. That's it. So maybe this is something for a future agenda.
It is. I just raised it as an issue. It's not an easy one to solve. Okay, the Economic Vitality Commission met on February the 11th. Planner Ritchie did a presentation on locations for natural medicine outlets and lines, and EDC gave feedback. The PCDC is looking at that as well. And their general feedback was they're not really concerned because of the nature of those facilities. They're not like a liquor store or a dispensary for marijuana. They're really different. They don't have a huge concern about proximity to schools or locations downtown. That's kind of the general feedback. But the PCDC, I think, is the primary commission that's working on a proposal on those. There was encouraging news about the reformation of the Chamber of Commerce. Paul Dreyer, who's the outgoing chair of the EDC, is working on that along with some other businesses in town, and they're getting some feedback from businesses and possibly affiliating with the Boulder Chamber of Commerce in some way. And that's been discussed for a while, but I think they are finally making progress, and maybe the Chamber of Commerce will be resurrected. And we'll also mention Grace Barrett chaired that meeting. This is her first meeting as chair, succeeding Paul Dreyer, who's put in years of service there, and we want to recognize his service to the town.
Thank you very much. Trustee Williams?
The PCDC met on the 9th, mostly heard about affordable housing. They were walked through various approaches and various updates. It was more a workshop and an information sharing session than it was really strategizing or trying to get to any decisions on things. I think there were 3 themes that were, I wouldn't say unique, but that surfaced here in ways that I hadn't heard them surface before. One was largely about messaging and communications, arguing that if we did a better job of celebrating the affordable progress that we've made, that would go a long way. And if we decide that we need to do more, neighborhoods shouldn't be surprised by those initiatives. They should be brought along with a value proposition that they can better understand. These people might, and these properties might add to their community. The second theme was this idea of fast tracking affordable housing. So we've got fast tracks for ADUs, we've got fast tracks for Prop 123 compliance, but the idea that maybe we would have an affordable housing PUD, or we would have some way of thinking about an affordable housing zoning program that was a pretty specific fast track process appeal to the PCDC, and they had talked about the idea of a PUD at least once before. That led to this third idea, which was trying to find some way of thinking about the optimization of affordability, where everyone recognizes that maybe we have more regulation and it provides more comfort to people and communities, that there will be a qualitative fit between what ends up in their neighborhoods and what's already there, or more regulation might lead people to believe that there is going to be better fire safety, or there's going to be more standardization, or something that will give them comfort, but that each one of those requirements also adds cost, and it eliminates some affordable housing opportunities. So there were members of the PCDC who said, can't we think about where the optimal balances are among all of those priorities? And there was even a suggestion that we take that $45,000 match that we're getting, or grant that we're getting, and we use it to try to think through how we would make arguments about where we want to be on those spectrum with ADUs or with multifamily housing, or whatever it might be that we decide we want ultimately to either accept on an opportunistic basis or seek out and try to convince people to buy collections.
Thank you. So as for me, I would like to put the Big Tent BOCO issue on the future agenda. So we'll work on that. I attended the Boulder County Consortium of Cities meeting last week. Learned a couple of things. Number one, Wildfire Partners is continuing their rebate and chipping program in 2026, so that's really good news. That is official. I learned that there are a number of communities that are already working with
the Sundance Institute and the Sundance Film Festival. There's a lot other communities are doing to prepare for the influx of Sundance, and I really would like the EBC to start thinking about that. Without a chamber, without a convention and visitors bureau, I really want, to be able to do some planning so that we can take advantage of that. And let's see, Dr. Cog is tomorrow, so standing invitation to anybody who wants to go to Denver with me. And Planner Richie left, but I really do love her idea of having a web page for applications that have been submitted. So I think that was a great idea. I think that'll go a long way into, towards easing people's minds. Yes.
When did one of our partners say they would commence their program?
They did not, they were not in attendance. But my impression was in the spring.
All right, might I suggest an agenda item for this board to look into a continuation of the rebates program and perhaps increasing the amounts?
I thought we already did in our budget.
I don't, we had it.
I think we did include it in our budget.
In the budget.
Is it just a blanket 40,000 with a 40K match?
Yeah, it was
We haven't
40.
really set aside, we haven't said we're gonna do 10 this year, or based on the performance last year, we're gonna do 20 this year. That's what.
Why don't we take a look at it?
Yeah, let's take a look. We'll get it on the agenda. Take a
We'll
look at it.
review our current.
And also, I would like to see what exactly the Boulder County rebates would be. Because it might be more, we might decide to adjust our number accordingly, but I will say that, Commissioner Levy was incredibly impressed and not a little surprised when I told her that we were doing a match. So, hopefully, I know, hopefully other communities who were there will follow suit. And that's all I have. Can we have a summary of action items, please?
Before we move on.
Yeah.
Just to emphasize this opportunity that we might have with Sundance and that others are
Yes.
taking advantage of. I was in Estes yesterday and talked with people at the Stanley who in their Film Institute program are doing a huge renovation and trying to do everything possible to build more capacity, to be more plugged in to everything that's happening with Sundance.
Yeah.
So we'll have some competition there, but some of that will also flow through lines.
We absolutely will, and every other community in Boulder County attended the Sundance Film Festival this year. Representatives to learn more about how the festival works. So I really think that we need to be on the ball about this.
I will say some of the businesses and lines are working on that individually.
That's great.
Yeah,
Let's all work
that's-
together.
The event venues brought it up
Right.
and asked how can we get plugged in too? And so if you guys want to assign that to EDC as lead, I've already assigned Kim as.
Oh, great.
captain.
You know what would be wonderful is, I would love to get, maybe a monthly report on just what's happening.
It's another good reason to restart the chamber. Revitalize the chamber now.
Well, the other one is Lions Creative District. They want to incorporate the arts, including the theater. So they should start stepping up here as well.
Yeah.
To coordinate. Maybe they
Everybody is
just
really resource constrained. That's the issue. Everybody's resource constrained, but it's such a huge opportunity we can't afford to miss.
I'll point out that our opportunity to capitalize on that is limited by the lack of a hotel, and the biggest accommodation facility we have now, tiny homes, may not even still be here when Sundance.
Okay, so you can build a hotel in 6 months.
Yep.
Okay.
But in the, as we've discussed, one thing that this board may consider as a future agenda item perhaps is changing our short-term vacation rental ordinances to accommodate some.
And then Lisa said we already allow people up to 2 weeks a year to
We don't
have
need
them
to.
without doing any kind of.
That's the first thing I.
Yeah, we addressed that a few months.
We did. Okay, can we please have a summary of action items?
Yes, item 1 I have from the workshop. What speed bumps have other communities faced with the poop composting? Item 2, send the BOCO Big Tent email to staff. They have not seen it. Item 3, the Boone parcel water tap is shelved if and when an application is submitted. Item 4, Sergeant McKim is to make recommendations for speeding around the elementary and the high school. Item 5, education to residents on the wildfire resiliency code requirements before they go into effect. Item 6, ordinance 1210 passes to second reading. Item 7, resolution 2026-11 was continued to a date certain of March 16th. Item 8, move forward with dog poop composting pilot program and inform staff staff is to address if this eases the workload for staff and also search for a potential sustainability grant. Item 9, staff is to draft an ordinance with ADU amendments to include conditional use review for ADUs over 800 square feet, also to include review of utilities and sprinkler requirements. Item 10, future agenda item on the BOCO Big Tent. Item 11, agenda item on continuance of the wildfire rebate program offered by the town. And last, the board would like to see a monthly report on Sundance opportunities for town and businesses. Did I miss anything?
No, we're gonna work on a web page for the development reviews that have been submitted. And then, I only had one more, and that was in regard to the municipal flag, but I didn't really hear how you want to move forward with that. How do you want to celebrate that? So do you want LAHC to bring forward a proposal?
Well, I was actually looking to this board to find out whether it was important to them to be part of
Do you want me to
that.
add it to the, are you making an agenda request?
Let me ask this, how soon can a flag be made, like an actual physical fabric flag?
That's a great question.
Oh, you didn't address it at the meeting?
Well, let's find
I
out.
was told that you were looking at meeting 10.
I just said instead of just doing 3, because they wear out in about
Right.
6 months
Right.
in our winds.
Right.
You need to order 10 and get the discount and have them available.
Yeah, well, let's see, it would be nice to do a little something with this board.
Okay.
So let's see if we can get them made, and if not,
Okay,
the next board can celebrate our
so
support.
we will put on the list to plan a municipal flag celebration.
Yep.
Does that vendor also have a merchandising program?
Probably.
Maybe we can combine it with our celebration of our 100-year-old voter and present her with a light flag.
And I did make some progress on that.
Okay. Any other action items you have, Victoria?
No.
Brandon?
Nothing for me.
All right, I would entertain a motion to adjourn. Second?
Second.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
Motion passes.
Have a good night.
unanimously. Good night.
Brandon.
Brandon.